Nobody's gonna join, but in case they wanted to share it.
Yeah.
But we'll probably just share the live stream. That looks great.
So they're gonna be joining in live, you're live though?
No, nobody will communicate back. They'll just join the.
No, but they'll be, oh, it's on the YouTube, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna go join this from outside, and you might kind of want to just grab the mic, or Justin, it's better maybe you here from outside.
Oh, yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
I just split up on my.
Yeah, okay.
If you don't mind talking.
No, I don't care. Oh, I love to talk. Not singing.
Okay, I'll go outside.
I'm burnt away.
I'm not singing.
Well, you shut off Bill, so I don't know.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Hear you. Can you hear me?
The only thing is she can't talk back to us, so I don't know if it sounds
should've
terrible or not.
She should stay by the door and then give us like a thumbs up.
Yeah,
or a
let me
thumbs
do
down.
that. Okay. Can you hear us? How's the sound?
Well, that's not a good sign.
Here's the next side. Heard the mic. Here you go.
The only thing is she can't talk back to. Wow, it's a big delay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be though. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then audio sounds good? Then we're done. She says it's perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Still, it's a delay, we're still here. All right. So shut these off.
So, and now you can, that thing is part of the live stream, right?
Yeah, that is.
I just want to look back at your CD.
Yeah, but that part doesn't matter.
The other.
I know.
Hi.
Testing 1, 2, 2, 3. This one, oh, it's okay, but this one's louder. Test, 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 test. So maybe use this one. Okay. Well, we'll keep them both. You can hear here. And also here, and also here. Yes, great. Is it okay if they just stay on the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, we're just waiting for Priyanka. You don't even need to. Seats over here, come grab a seat. Yeah, seats right here. Thanks for joining. There's 4 seats here still. They're open. All right. Welcome, welcome. We'll get started any moment. We don't need to respond fast.
Yeah, yeah, it was a great morning. Like, really, this is when you come to people.
We're just waiting for Bianca.
And the cost. If I want, if I just want to, have to sign it by myself, can I go second, 22nd in the beginning?
Seats, we're gonna get started any moment. Get started any moment.
Easy.
Here or there? I can see you.
Ken Chica, up front, please.
We are only waiting for you.
Oh my God, just
No pressure, you, no embarrassment.
Okay.
The most important VIP, come on. Hi, everyone. Everyone comfortable and good?
You have a mic for you?
Here. For the live streaming?
We're live streaming, so everyone's speaking. use your mic. Yeah.
Okay, great. Is this on? I don't know if it's not. If not, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Priyanka. For those who don't know me, I am with the Affected Communities and Civil Society Coordination Hub. We are hosted by GFAN and supported by Stop TB Partnership. Thank you so much for all of you joining here and also for being at the picnic. It is so fantastic and absolutely lovely to see all of you. For those who don't know, the Affected Communities and Civil Society Coordination Hub was created with one sole mandate to be able to ensure that affected communities, affected communities and civil society members have the space to meaningfully engage with all processes related to the upcoming TBHLM. And seeing the power in the room during the multi-stakeholder hearing today at the picnic and now in this room, I feel like we've been able to do a bit of that work. Before we get started, we have a very, very packed agenda. So I apologize, but there will be no breaks. There are some refreshments available, some leftovers from the picnic and some new refreshments available in that room back there. So in case you want to drink, in case you want to grab a quick bite to eat, please excuse yourself quietly and get something to eat or drink. The washrooms can be accessed down that corridor and also through this corridor. So whenever you need to use them. And the space is being provided by TB Alliance, and I'm really, really thankful to them to be able to support communities in this way. And for that, we are really, really thankful. And I want to call over Mel, who I do not see. Is
I'm hiding.
the opening remarks. Over to you.
No,
No,
it's fine. Now I'm going to try to be brief, as difficult as that is. So first, let me thank everybody, obviously, for coming here today for this meeting. It's a pleasure to be able to host the meeting on behalf of the TB Alliance. But what I really want to thank you for is the years, and as I look around the room, the decades of devoted interest and dedication to the field of tuberculosis and working so hard to try to put this disease to an end. I know that is really a common goal that we all share and is an amazingly fantastic goal. And I want to thank everybody especially for participating in that goal. As most of you know, the TB Alliance is a non-for-profit organization, and our mission is the discovery, development, and delivery of novel, impactful TB therapeutics. And I think over the last few years, and especially during the COVID crisis pandemic, we've had the unique opportunity to introduce and get out there the novel BPAL regimen, which many of you are familiar with, that has had I think thus far, a significant impact already on the MDR TB crisis. But we've also learned a lot of lessons, especially on the access front, and if you want to call it the delivery front, that has complemented the experiences that we've had in R&D. And if I can add, express that in just one sentence, is that we as a community are doing well, but we really need to do much, much better. The real question in our midst is, are we going to solve the TB problem in something like 5 to 10 years or 50 to 100 years? And maybe that's a little bit of an overemphasis, but having seen for many years what goes on in research and development, and now having seen in depth what goes on the country levels that you all are much more familiar with than I am, we need dramatic innovation and change in R&D for sure. And we've been talking about that for, 10, 15 years. We also need that change in the countries on the ground, so that it doesn't take years and decades for people to get treated with the best available therapies. And for that, I really want to thank you all, because you have the power to really affect those sort of changes and to innovate. You're closest to the situation, you understand the situations on the ground, and you really do have the ability and the power to think of what should we be dramatically changing in order to speed up. We'll get there, but I'd love to do it in my lifetime and in our lifetimes. So let me leave everyone with that, so everyone can get around to the really meat of the meeting. And I just want to thank all of you again.
Thank you so much, Mel. And next, I want to turn it over to Luchika to just give us an update on where we have landed with the political declaration. It has been a crazy, crazy set of months. What were the opportunities missed? Where are we going? What should we be looking to do next? And just generally in your crazy fashion, tell us where.
It works because it's get attention. I was saying, so thank you very much. I was saying that I was in the beginning today before coming here to a foreign policy something, an audience in which I didn't know more than 2 people, and they also had no idea about TB. Obviously, they had no idea it exists. They had no idea it's airborne. They had no idea it affects them. Most of the people said that if we are vaccinated, we are fine. No clue. 200 people, no idea. So I said, we lock the doors, and now you hear about TB. So I was completely, they wanted me to speak about some bullshit. I was speaking about TB. So at least that group knows that we have tuberculosis in the world. So first of all, it's so amazing to see everyone here. I even feel emotional because we came such a long way. And this is one of the things that I am the most annoyed that the declaration doesn't recognize. The progress that happened in the aspects of civil society, rights and gender, the networks of people and survivors that were created that are not mentioned in the declaration. So it in a way, it's okay, who gives, sorry for my French, who gives a shit on a paper? But we know that a lot happened in the last 5 years, and look how many we are and how many more are those that couldn't come. So from the Stop TB Partnership, there are a few things that first I want to say that we are very happy for the whatever contribution we did to make this happen with the challenge facility, civil society grants, with funding the networks in the countries, with funding as well the Stop TB partnerships at national level where they exist, but also with being able to bring some of you or several of you to New York in May and now. And it's not easy because for every single dollar you have to explain and you have to say why this one and not that one and so on. So that's why we establish criteria. And I know that sometimes we have some people at home that are upset, And we are very happy that we were able to fund and support the Civil Society Hub. And thank you, Robin and Priyanka and everyone and Kate and for doing all this great work. We are very proud that we were able to support this work, and hopefully we will continue to do in some way or another in the future, hopefully some collaboration. Now, how much more minutes I have? 2, 3, 125. 56 slides, graphs, and very detailed explanation of TB. No, on the political declaration. So, you know, we had this agitation in the beginning of the week with the letter of the 11 member states. Sorry, you know, I'm politically incorrect. Are we also live on Facebook?
Yes.
Oh my, because I wanted to tell you something funny. I'm going to say it anyway. I said, I told someone that there was a group of countries that objected, and you know we are worried for the declaration, and I didn't want to disclose, but they asked, was it Russia? So I said Russia and France, but the person understood Russia and France and was about to tweet, and thank God he came back to me and said, first of all, he said, I want to tweet. I said, are you mad? And then he said, what is this association of Russia with France? So, okay, so I recovered from the heart attack. Anyway, the declaration, I think, I honestly think we should not be worried. It will be adopted Friday because already the PPPR was adopted. So yay. Well done. Then the second thing is that the second thing that I want to say is the fact that looking at the three declaration, there are two feelings. One is a feeling of somehow, and I owe this to Greg, who compared them, and he's here in the room. So thank you, Greg, for doing all these things throughout this journey with us. But also I looked over them triggered by you. The TB one is the best one. Okay, let's be very honest. So well done, everyone, for pushing. It's not ideal, but it's far better than UHC and PPPR, and I have no problem in telling that to the UHC and PPPR group. We have some concrete targets, we have numbers and so on. It is what we wanted? No. It is ambitious enough? Not really. Is it something that we should work and we can work with? Definitively. So we have to embrace it and celebrating it and to be happy we have it. So that's one, the beauty part of it. The challenge comes that there are a few things in there that should have been. And the other challenge is that, like the other two, is very difficult to read. Okay, it's very long. Just I challenge all of you for fun, maybe in the toilets rather than on Instagram, maybe when you spent a Sunday and you had a fight with a partner, to try to read all of them. It's complicated to get it, right? So one of the first things we have to do is to pre-digest it, because no head of state, no minister of health will have the energy and time to read and understand what do these people mean here. So we already have did something like that. And I think Greg and the work, I mean, we don't want to do it ourselves. So we will share with you to see if it makes sense. What we put there is not even about unpacking the targets. It's about what do we mean? You know, what is it about? There are things there that are implied but are not said, but we can work with them and make them said. And there are things that are said and we can work with them. So I think because you asked Priyanka, when I have 1 more minute, you tell me to stop. Now it's 1 more minute. Okay. I love you all and I will sing a national song. No, I want to say this. You ask where we are short. I think we could have done better on CRG. And I'm looking at Blessy here. We were fewer in 2018. We are much more now. I think it's short in recognizing what happened already. We had gender assessments in countries, rights assessments. We have CRG action plan in countries. We have 24 countries that did these action plans, and we have heads, ministers of health and even first ladies launching CRG action plans in there. We have guidelines about key and vulnerable groups. We have a tool for community-led monitoring. I know that a lot are driven by Stop TB, but it's not about Stop TB. It's the work that happens in countries. We funded it, and it's not even us. It's the USAID mainly and Global Fund. So that's where it fails short. It creates a feeling that nothing happened when a lot happened. But we take that and we run with it. And there are 2 paragraphs, 77 and 78, that are specific about CRG. I'm sorry, I call them the ratatouille, because you have all the things in there. Only that they are like thrown together. We just need to use them to go forward and to make sure that people understand what we mean. We know we need equity. We need no stigma. We need, many things. We lost last time. We said no stigma by 2023. We don't have a deadline. There is this idiotic language. Sorry for on Facebook. I will just cut my entrance to UN now. It says countries should do their best or something to engage communities. What does it mean to do your best? You know, I promise some of you, and I'm doing my best to lose weight for how many years? 20 years? I never do, because nobody is actually keeping me accountable and I don't care, but I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best in the mornings. In the evening, I stuff myself with ice cream. So, but I'm doing my best, but I achieve nothing. So I use this example to say that these languages we will try and we will have all together with one voice to interpret it and say, do your best means 100%. And I think we fell short on some things on R&D. I see Mike here because we are in the trenches there. And maybe Mike, you speak a bit about but I think we should have been much more specific on the money for the R&D and the billion per year and stuff like that for vaccine and all these other aspects. But I think because we have some bold, broad statements, we should use that and unpack for the rest. Yeah, you better take my microphone. So I am very honored and humbled to be here. I am very happy to see all of you. I told Andy and few others some time ago, you are my family because I have very little family left and I care for every single one of you. And in Stop TB, you will always have a supporter. And I cannot stop by saying thank you, Mel, for hosting us. But also I want to recognize here, and I know he will hate me for that, the fact that we have a new TB warrior with us. And he's very particular, not because he cares about TB, because we all care. He's coming from a different place and he brings with him a large group of warriors, hopefully warriors for TB that are not us. And that's you, John Green. And thank you very much for your existence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luchika. And over to you now, Monica. I have primarily two questions for you.
Okay.
One, of course, there are a lot of us who are for the first time engaging in the processes of the HLM and are also going to be in the room for the first time. So for community members who are experiencing and going through this process for the first time, any guidance on how they can intervene from the floor, what they should be looking forward to. And then secondly, your reflections as a person who's been the friend of communities and also reflections from the WHO on where the political declaration has landed and what are we looking towards in the future.
Thanks so much, Priyanka, and warm greetings to everyone. It's really a pleasure being here to see you all here again. It's a bit of deja vu. We met, I think, previously in May, just in advance of the multi-stakeholder hearing. And it was really great to see the energy. You guys are the guys, girls, everyone are the powerhouse behind, you know, all the efforts on ending TB. You are the heart of everything that we are doing or working towards. So from the World Health Organization, so I'm Monica Diaz from the World Health Organization. For those of you who don't know me, we work very closely with Stop TB, with TB Alliance, with all of you. Many thanks to GFAN, the hub. You know, we've been collaborating closely. We appreciate that you're bringing together all the communities, the civil society. So I'll stop there with the thanks, and maybe I'll start with the second question because that flows well from where Luchika dropped off. So I've been here in 2018. I don't know how many of you were here in 2018 when the first UN high-level meeting happened. Yes. Okay. So some of you, I think roughly 50%. So for us in 2018, when I look back, you know, it's like, you know, we went in with stars in our eyes. We had heads of state come together for the very first time in such numbers in the UN to deliberate on TB. We had a political declaration. No matter what you say about that declaration, it was a declaration made by heads of state. We had commitments from countries which are mandated to be kept, to say in simple words. This is why it's important. When we push to have commitments in political declarations endorsed in the UN, endorsed at WHO through our World Health Assembly, what happens is when these promises are made, very often there is this push towards accountability. There is this hope that these promises will be kept. After 2018, we actually saw this. There was progress. And in the 1 year, I would say 2019, we even reported that, you know, notifications went up, countries were moving forward. We saw high-level leadership moving forward. And then you all know what happened. COVID hit and everything, the clock got set back again. Now we're coming together for the second time. And I would say we've not lost our hope and optimism. You know, this is the second time, no matter what the commitments are in that declaration, we do have heads of state making these commitments. And they're making commitments with targets. And Luchika did allude to this, but we'd like to say this as well. I mean, our director, Teresa Kasaeva, was in a press conference last week with DG, with our Director General Tedros. We had a press conference in Geneva across all 3 high-level meetings. And one of the questions from a journalist was exactly this. You know, TB has a strong declaration with targets. What about UHC? You know, so we do have the strongest political declaration. We do have targets which are listed out there. Reach 90% of the people with care. Yes, we would want to have much more, you know, reach them with prevention. We have a target on financing. We have a target on financial protection to make sure people don't slip back into poverty. We have a target on TB vaccines. Now, what's important is, yes, we have this at the highest level here by heads of state. It's now going to be really your power now taking it to the countries to translate it into actions. And nothing stops countries from having even more ambition. Like, you know, you take any of the countries, several countries actually took the 2018 declaration and decided at their level they wanted to do much, much more. India, Indonesia, to name a few, Brazil. There are so many examples of leaders who've done it. So really looking ahead for this political declaration, we hope it gets endorsed and we can move forward with it. I think the PPR declaration going through today was a moment in history. It got adopted, approved under 3 minutes. And we hope that we have a political declaration coming out on Friday when we have a high-level meeting. So yeah, so with great hope on that. Now, with regard to your interventions in the room, so the way that it will work is, yes, you will have access to the plenary. Some of you will have access to the plenary. Some of you will have access to the panels. This year, unexpectedly, as you may have seen already, if you've tried to attend events in the UN, ourselves not accepted. You know, like I have a UN pass up till the 22nd. I still cannot enter beyond a certain point. Like yesterday, we had Jacob from Stop TB rescue us so that we could, so that my director and I could attend the head of state event, for example. Security is really tight for everybody across the board. So you have your special event tickets, which will give you access either to the plenary in conference room 1, I think it is, or to the panels in conference room 2. Please keep your tickets safe. Security is really strict. So the way it will run is plenary is really, so we'll have a strong opening segment. It's very impressive actually. And we have our very own Handa Ria. We're really happy that she's going to be at the opening, going to be a strong voice, you know, for community. And of course, she's a strong voice for stigma with her book, right? World famous. So we have that opportunity in the opening. We have Austin, who will be there at the opening as well, which is wonderful. Chair of Stop TB. We'll have Dr. Tedros, we'll have the Deputy Secretary General. So we have a strong opening session. Following this, there will be plenary where heads of state will deliver their statements, 3 minutes for member states, 5 minutes for those who speak on behalf of a group of member states. So they will have that opportunity. Some of you can sit in the room, listen in, cheer them on from your countries, you know, those of you who have access to the plenary. Where you will have opportunity to speak is at the panel discussions, which will happen. The first panel is focused on universal health coverage, multi-sectoral engagement and accountability. That happens from 11 to 1 in conference room 2. Again, we have a strong lineup of speakers. We have Binika, who, of course, who is here. We have Peter Sands from the Global Fund, and we have, Bertrand, who is also from civil society, who will be there. And so they will give the opportunity once the interventions are made first for member states. They will ask everyone to press their buttons at the start of the session. First, there will be, I think, a list of member states who go first. And then there will be the OPGA wants to see, the Office of the President of the General Assembly wants to give the opportunity to communities, to civil society who've joined to also get a chance to speak. So names will be collected similar to the hearing, and there will be limited space for opportunities to speak. So definitely you have a chance there. The second panel runs from 3 to 5. And here again, we have a good lineup. We have Jamelia, we have Jamelia, we have Atul Gawande, excellent speaker again, and USAID, our biggest bilateral donor. Who else do we have in this? And Antonio Brito, he's a senator, a parliamentarian, again, a very strong voice from Brazil. And the last speaker, I don't know, South, and we have Mark Hathrill, yeah, from the vaccine initiative in South Africa. So very strong lineup again. And then in the closing, we have a TB survivor. I don't know why Naomi, where are you? There she is. Naomi Wanjiru. So we have Naomi here, which is great again. So strong voices. And again, similar to what I mentioned for panel 1, there will be an opportunity for folks to light their buttons up to speak from the microphones and to get the opportunity to speak. I think it'll be a few member states first, followed then by civil society. So that opportunity is there. So please do take it. Please do stay strong. We need your voices. And as I said at the start, this political declaration doesn't end here. You know, often we hear people saying, oh, the declaration is done, it's over. Especially we hear people from New York say this. And it's not, it's actually the start of a journey. It's a 5-year journey that we all are going to be undertaking together to end TB in our countries, in our regions, in the world. So, you know, this is something that we need to take forward together. So thank you so much.
Why do we need
Live streaming.
I want to say very quickly 2 things when it doesn't work. When you take the floor, don't repeat what somebody else said, because we have so many problems that we don't afford to have 2 people crying the same problem. So if Handa speaks in the beginning about stigma, unless she forgot something, let's don't tackle again stigma. You know, we have gender issues, vulnerable groups. I was looking here at the gender transformative response. We have children, we have pregnant women not part of research. We have so many topics. Don't repeat. So but put your flag up. And then when think of a topic and then you see. So that was the first one. The second one is an advice, because last time I was not prepared. There will be a lot of heads of states and ministers in the rooms. Use the time to meet them. They can be your own, but they can be others. So don't be shy. I remember last time I went out, and when I came back, there was the president of Zimbabwe who suddenly asked something. Now, I don't think we went anywhere in achieving something, but it was good to have a conversation with him. So don't feel shy and use the time to interact, because there will be all these people in the room. So thank you. Sorry about it. Just experience.
Thanks. And sorry, just one final thing that I forgot to mention. So it's about the passes. All of you have need to pick up your special event tickets. Unfortunately, I think it's the first full UN event. The passes are still not ready. So they are organizing for it, and they've confirmed that tomorrow it will be ready for pickup from the WHO UN office entrance from 3 to 6 p.m. And then the morning of the 22nd, I think starting from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. For those who haven't been inside the UN, there is airport style security. So please try and come as much in advance as possible. And if possible, try and pick up your passes tomorrow so that you can come directly to the event on the 22nd and you're not queuing up. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now over to my favorite person in the room, my colleague Robin, to take us through how people can engage when they are in the room. And if you're not in the room, what else can the community do together? Over to you, Robin.
Thanks so much, Priyanka. And hi, everyone. It's so awesome to see you all here. Yeah, such a big crowd in the room. I was like, are we going to feel it? Are we not? So it's amazing to see so many of you here. Thanks for coming. Okay, so the hub, as you know, we've all been working together really hard to engage in the high-level meeting process this entire year. And it's coming to a sunset in terms of the HLM is on Friday, which is pretty crazy to think about. You will know that we all have these key takeaways from the community perspective around what we think of the political declaration in its current form. So as others have said, there were some wins, there were some misses. One of the wins is that when the draft came out in May, it was what we've referred to as a below 0-0 draft. It was not good. And we've brought it so far since then, largely due to all of the amazing advocacy work that you've done at national level. So like, give it up to yourselves for getting there. Just want to reiterate that the big key miss that Luchika already said, none of our substantive key asks around communities' rights and gender were reflected in that political declaration. So that is an area that we have a lot of work to do. And a lot of the language is kind of fluffy. There is language like up to, which makes targets ceilings and not floors. So there's tons of work to do still, and hopefully we'll be doing it together again post HLM. We have resources to support you throughout your engagement this week. This political declaration key takeaways document is one of them. So we also have some other resources in the back. We're calling it your advocate toolkit for the week that you can make use of by like prepping yourself ahead of having those conversations with ministers who might be in different rooms that you're in, etc. You don't want to hand this over to them. These are resources for you to brief yourself, to feel prepped to engage in those spaces. In addition to the key takeaways, I just want to share that we have an advocacy cheat sheet for you. It has some key talking points on TB if you're talking to somebody who doesn't know anything about TB, which, as Luchika said, is highly probable this week. We also have, going back to the work we did in the lead up to the multi-stakeholder hearing, key asks for all the health-related HLMs. So if you're talking to people from the PPPR space or the UHC space, you can say what we want to see or wanted to see and maybe didn't get seen in their political declarations for the fight against TB and an integrated agenda. Lastly, we have this one-pager guide for you that supports you to talk to decision makers ahead of the HLM and the plenary segment. So the plenary segment, if you're in that room on Friday, that's where your heads of states are going to show up and say something. And we want them to say something of substance. We want them to make an accurate representation and statement for the record. We want them to make an ask of the wider community, so they're putting pressure on their peers to do better. And we want them to stand up and make an actual commitment to action as well. So this will give you some support with doing all of that. That being said, in the room, GFAN, the hub, we're going to be listening closely to that plenary segment. And if there is a commitment to action, we will celebrate on social. And if there happens to be a commitment from your state, do rally around celebrating those moments in the room and also on social media. And feel free to work directly with us so that our messaging aligns with what you would want to say from a national level or perspective. And maybe we can have some side chats to hear if anybody's got some intel about what commitments might be forthcoming. Okay, aside from the toolkit, there's also the agenda for the HLM over there as part of your toolkit. Aside from the toolkit, I wanted to flag a few other resources from peers. We've got a new different kind of gap resource that Salem's going to tell us a little bit about later. There's a flyer that you can scan and access the full report over there. Some colleagues developed this really cool infographic. It's a one-pager that if you click on the different areas on a PDF, it tells you how the HLMs and political declarations will actually potentially have impact in real people's lives from an integrated HLM perspective. So go over there, access what you need, make use of what you need. Okay, the last thing on all these documents I want to say is you would have seen earlier this week, we were freaking out because we thought that all of the political declarations could be at risk. We're hopeful, based on what we saw this morning in the PPPR HLM, that a TB HLM will indeed be adopted. But we can't take that for granted. And we as community didn't take that for granted. So we all rallied together and drafted this statement the other day that calls for our member states to make sure that political declarations are adopted this week. And thank you to everyone who signed on. In literally just like 7 hours, I think we had more than 120 organizational level sign-ons, which is pretty massive. And people are reaching out to still sign on. So thanks for doing that. And still make use of this. This is something you can hand over to your mission representatives or ministers if you have the chance to meet with them this week. We want to tell them that a ton of organizations are behind wanting to see them move the needle on all of these agendas this week. Share it with media, put it on social media, whatever you want to do. Okay, then events for the rest of the week. I'm going to try and pull this up. Right here. Did it. Can you see that? Okay. So aside from the events we've hosted today, we've got 2 more events this week. Tomorrow evening, which is the eve of the HLM, we are all going to gather in Times Square by where Stop TB has their ad running. And we are going to bring our signs that we brought today or wrote today, wear our swag, and essentially make a bit of noise and collect a lot of content that we can then send off to our comms teams who are not here right now, and our colleagues who unfortunately are not here right now, so that they can use it on social media and in their own media engagement at home. So that's the point and purpose of tomorrow. So come out, bring your signs, wear your swag. If you haven't yet registered, scan now and register yourself. We want to track numbers-ish. Okay, the other thing we have going on this week is during the HLM itself, we know that access to that room has been limited. Only one representative of each organization could get in there, but there's more of us from our organizations in New York this week. So if you can't get into the HLM itself within the UN, we've put together a watch party that the Department of NYC of Health was very kindly to offer their space for. So thanks to them, we'll thank them when we see them later this week. But this will happen. It'll be a great opportunity to come together with peers here, watch, react live, and be there in solidarity with one another. So if you haven't registered for that, please do register because they need names to get through security. Scan the QR to do that. That's events. Okay. I'm going to go fast. Okay. In the HLM room, if there is by chance no political declaration, we are going to get loud and we're going to go boo and stomp our feet, maybe even walk out, but we're going to react loud. We have with us the key asks document, kind of like what we did the multi-stakeholder hearing. So we're going to bring those to the space so everyone can have that asset in the room. We'll either use it when we leave, if there's no political declaration and turn our back, or you can use it throughout, like just like that, to wave if your nation state does something that you want to celebrate. You can be like, okay, so this is a resource that we can use in the room. And we will turn our back and walk out if there's no political declaration. Come early, let's try to sit together so that we can coordinate these actions amongst ourselves there and be more present by being close together. So come early so we can sit together. We'll track announcements, I said that. And if anyone has intel to share about what heads of states are going to be in the room, please do share that with us. 9 of them. Can you? Okay.
Solomon Island, Marshall, Maldives, a lot of high-burden countries. Mozambique.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? No, let me get the list and I will.
Okay, get the list and then somebody grab a pen so we can write this down. Yeah, okay, that's that. While she's doing that, I'm just going to finish with some thanks. So the hub was set up for a time-bound lifespan till the end of the HLM. So this is our last big moment together. After this, we will have one final debriefing deep dive call. But after that, that's all. So there's some thank yous that are in order. I really want to thank the entire leadership group for the hub. And if there's any leadership group members here, could you please stand up? Take that away. Thank you for everything you've done. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the strategic guidance. Thanks for the intel sharing, the information sharing, working with your communities to amplify content. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, a really big thank you to GFAN. So Katie and Quentin for hosting the hub. And thank you to Stop TB for funding the hub. And last but not least, thank you to all of you for showing up, for helping to build community and for engaging meaningfully with amongst one another's, with the hub, with your heads of states, with your mission representatives, with everyone. This is all a success because you took the action. So thank you to all of you.
And thank you, Robin.
And we are literally the dream team.
We are.
Yeah, we're gonna find ways to work together forever.
Yes. Okay.
Aside from all those thank yous, I also really want to thank my team at TB Alliance. So I wear a couple of different hats, as you might know, and they went out of their way to bring this event together today. Anthony got the tech set up, Jess got the live stream set up, Reva helped me with all of this printing. So Stephanie helped engage the community, Anna Maria, Sandeep, everyone, thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support. I know it was a bit chaotic and I apologize for that. And that's all from me. Luchika, do you want to say the list of countries that are going to be? Oh, okay.
Okay,
Okay. So
I'm
over
gonna
to
take
you.
over. Yeah. All right. So we do still have a little bit of time before we move on to the next portion of the agenda. So we can take some questions, but I will request that you make your questions very, very focused. And also please start your question as to who it is directed to so that we can have as many people as possible. And the first hand up is Timur. So there you go. Oh, it's off. Sorry, you need to switch it on. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Guys with the things, I told you I should do that, you know. It's on. Okay. Okay. I will speak up so that you can hear. The question is to WHO. Monica, where's Monica? Last time I had a beautiful comment and I passed it on and it was never approved. What is the process this time for people from the ground who will have wonderful comments and will want to make them? Like, can I raise my hand now so that whoever's approving will approve? Like, Timur has to speak. No, seriously, because like, I know there will be a lot of people willing to speak. Like, do we need to coordinate among ourselves who should not speak? Or like, should we send some money together with the question so that we have our chances improved?
Short questions.
Thanks, Timur. So firstly, the UN high-level meeting on TB is organized by the President of the UN General Assembly. It's not organized by WHO. We are supporting, of course, with partners, like partnership with all of you guys. We're all doing this together, right? But it's organized by the United Nations, President of the General Assembly. That's the first bit. Now, they themselves want to have inputs from the floor. And so they will collect names from the floor. There is no pre-selection, nothing. So as it comes in, they enter it into their database. There is a specific protocol officer. There's a UN protocol officer. Now, I don't know if I can see any of the chairs from the multi-stakeholder hearing last time. No, I don't see. But, you know, it's all UN protocol. It's very, very clear. It's managed by them. They take the name. So please do, if you have something to say, I'm sure there are many people with many beautiful comments like you, Timur, I'm sure. So please do raise your hand and put forward your name to speak. And we very much hope that you will be selected, but it's being managed completely by UN protocol. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Philip Nyakwana from Kenya. Sorry, I walked in late, but my question is to all of us, those who are presented and those who are seated here, because most of the time we talk about all this, but the question is, so what? I think we really need to be, it needs to be very clear to us how to answer this so what. And this so what can only be answered if you have a clear strategy of how do we want to hold ourselves and our countries accountable. How do we make sure that those declarations are implemented? Or else we might just come, make declaration, go back, sit there, wait for the next declaration. It will not help us. So we need to have a very clear roadmap. And I really want to see the leadership that were there on the banner. You are still the mothers and fathers of all of us. So you must still hold us together to make sure that whether we have a common roadmap or whatever we are going to do, to make sure that these declarations are implemented. Otherwise, it might be the same story here in and here out. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. And some of it's on all of us to keep doing the work and engaging at national levels to keep the momentum post political declaration. So everyone should continue to take action post HLM on this and prioritize accountability. Second, just want to flag that while this work is sunsetting from the hub, there are ambitions to like maybe reconvene as a community and continue to stay connected. And I'm hoping we hear something, maybe a coaching around that, but I don't know. But we don't know, but the hub would like to stay around and continue doing this work post HLM and focus then on accountability. And is Roxana still here? No. Nope, no, that's good. Okay, that's what I had to say. Luchika, do you have anything you want to say in response to that one? Yeah, on accountability.
Why do we need a declaration? Oh, no, let me tell you. So I said the same. I said the same on why do we need a declaration in 2018? Because I don't believe in these papers, as you rightly said. Somebody will sign, it will stay in the cupboard. And because their political time as leaders of the country is very limited, they will sign whatever, especially if they are out of the hook next year. Who cares? You know, they will say this declaration covers up to the end of 2027. But it's a very good advocacy tools because, as you rightly said, we should use it to keep them accountable. And from our perspective, we will push continuously. From our perspective in Stop TB is that the accountability should start with the civil society. And that's why we supported and funded the production of the Deadly Divide 1 and 2. And we will do a Deadly Divide 3 that we hope that becomes the report on the Deadly Divides. I didn't even touch you. I didn't even read till the end, didn't move a comma. We don't have anything to do. It's you guys to produce it. And that should be the accountability tool coming from civil society, because the leaders care for the citizens, because you guys vote or don't for them, you know? So that's where the power lies. You can have Stop TB or WHO telling to the president of the country, who gives a shit? I would not. I'm like, okay, they will say there, but I will continue doing what I have. But that comes hand in hand, not only with the accountability, it comes with the numbers. We need to be big numbers, because if it's 10 people in Kenya crying for the drugs, or in India, if there are not thousands and thousands, people will ignore, and we can tell stories about that. So that's the challenge. But that is a good tool, because there is a paper, right, in which you say, but you committed. That's why it's good to have clear commitments. Because if you said you committed to reach so many people with TB, you know, unpacking the targets at national level, everyone contributes a bit, or so much money for R&D. If the comment is not that much, as I said, you know, you committed to support civil society. It's difficult to quantify, but that's my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So mine is just a comment. First of all, I know that Robin said that these particular events, climax, you know, the whole entire intervention that the team, the HLM Hub has been doing. Yes, this is good. And I want to say congratulations to the work you guys did. This is really great, but we need to also move it a little bit further. You know, I'm thinking that I know a lot of people from here will be traveling to the union, attending the union conference. It might be also another good opportunity for us to think about the post-HLM. And I want to propose, because you guys have done really great, and you have a lot of data in terms of all these discussions happening, all this while, you know, both the main event and also this the main events. If you can also help in trying to interpret some of these, you know, the HLM at the end of the day, so that we can all, you know, be on the same table, so that people will not do different interpretation in their own way. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the floor? None? We have Monica's time, we have Luchika's time. Are there any burning questions as to how we can engage during the HLM? Any questions for the hub? I feel like everybody's a little low on the energy. Okay, bless you.
Not for a long time, but I think I will say it. Who holds us accountable? The civil society and the communities. Who holds us accountable? I think is a question that we must answer. A lot of investment has gone, like Luchika has said, we've come a long way. It's important for us to be accountable to each other, accountable to the communities we say that we support. When there are people dying, our hearts should break. We can't be sitting and celebrating. So I just want to say that we are responsible and we will have blood on our hands if we don't speak out. Thank you.
All right, because there are no questions from the floor, I am going to turn it over to Robin to take us through the next part of the agenda.
So our next speakers, well, Quentin's going to moderate the next panel, actually, so I'll pass it to him. But I do want to say one thing before you take over, Quentin. Roxana is now in the room, and I wanted to extend a really warm thank you to her because she was the one managing all the coordination with the event space here to make today happen. She wasn't in the room earlier. She's in the room now, so I want to say thank you to her. Thanks so much. Okay, Quentin, it's all you now.
All right. So hi everyone, I'm Quentin, working for GFAN and the Hub as well. For those who don't know me, I'm usually brought in when we really try to keep timekeeping really tight. So that's the fun game for the next hour. So we have an hour. If it's shorter, but it will not be longer than an hour. So we know that, it's UNGA week. There's a lot of things happening, a lot of people convening different meetings, etc., and actions. And so we want to take the time to give room to everyone who has something they want to bring up to the group under 5 minutes. And I'm looking at my watch, so it will be under 5 minutes. So we have a list of people who have told us that they wanted to present their initiatives, their event, etc. So we'll go through those. I have a list to make sure that everyone's in the room. We'll have Selim talking about GC7 emerging gaps. We have a TB vaccine by Sean. We have It's Time for 5. Who's in Time for 5? Hi there at the back. Fast Track the Cure by Louis, which I think I saw somewhere over here. Wonderful. And Blessy will tell us more about the drug stock out in India. Just so that we can, I know how to manage time again. Is there anyone else who want to think of whether you want to bring something up and take your 5 minutes? You can tell me now, or you can tell me after we go through this first group. But does anyone has something they want to bring up, but they know they want to talk about for 5 minutes? In terms of event, in terms of, telling us what you'll be doing right after UNGA, etc. It can be anything. So that's one, that's two. Okay, so APCASO and Stop TB People Global. TB People Global. Sorry, Luchika. All right, so we'll get started with the order I wrote you in for no reason. Selim, do you want to get started?
Oh, hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Salam. I work with Results US. We also host the Action Partnership, which is a coalition of organizations who work on TB in 14 countries. And I want to tell you about today I have the, thank you. Robbie mentioned this earlier, we brought this, sorry, we couldn't do a printout, but if you scan this QR, we developed an advocacy asset in line with the UNHLM to help with the advocacy, mainly focusing on TB financing, the increase of financing, and based on the gaps that show and window and applications for the Global Fund Grant Cycle 7, which came after the replenishment, which we did great in 2022 last year at this time. So just to take you back on what happened in 2022 within the Global Fund space, but also what happened in 22 for TB, right? We're still waiting for, where's Monica? She left. We're still for WHO's report, to tell us what happened in 2022 perfectly, but Global Fund has released their report on Monday. Quentin has shared an email this morning, the GFAN listserv, if you have seen it, but they have said that 2022 has been the best year for TB, for Global Fund, in terms of they have treated more people than ever for TB, right? We'll talk about the numbers later maybe, but what I have here is a 26% increase for treatment for TB, and then almost close to 9% increase for drug-resistant TB. So these are really great numbers, right? And there are like many things that happened in 2022 in terms of like treatment, like all what we got for TB. But all of this progress is at risk because from, like what we are seeing in these funding applications, there's a huge gap in financing. My colleagues who sit Global Fund Board delegations know that in 2022, we really did a good fight to make sure that Global Fund increased its TB financing. Those of you who understand the disease split, how it works, it used to be 18% for TB, but now it has increased to 22, sorry, which gave us almost 20 for anything that was above the 12 billion, right? Oh, okay. Okay. Timur and his team, they are advocating for more percentage, 33, right? For Global Fund. There's a political conversation on that, but and we hope we're going to get there, but it was really a great year, right? And the main thing I would say is like Global Fund have utilized every resource. For example, the C19RM, we were able to get like over 400 million for TB through like the double testing for TB and also like to buy diagnostic tools for TB. So this was really a great, year. The other things like the innovation financing, we know India has been really doing good. What? 1 minute? Oh, sorry, I almost cursed. So we were able to get 2.5 billion for the next 3 years, which was an increase of like 154 million for 3 years. But this means nothing compared to the gap that Stop TB is telling us in their global plan, and also the gap that's coming from countries. Just 17 countries have applied for window 1, and the TRP, the Technical Review Panel for Global Fund, gave a presentation in Vietnam when we met in May for the Global Fund Board, and they said the gap in these countries is like 500 million, mainly in diagnostic. And like for us, we are developing this advocacy. So you're going to get like more details in this, but what does it mean that we are setting this like UNHLM targets that we are going to do like 90% of the diagnosis through molecular without having the cartilage in countries? And there's a case study on Nigeria who's been really doing it in 2022, but they are not going to be able to fund year 2 and year 3 of their country programs because they don't have money. So basically, our advocacy is like the 2018 UNHLM and 2023 UNHLM. One thing that should be really different is like we have the political commitment. We are seeing ambition from countries in these applications. If we are not going to secure financing, all of this will mean nothing. And mainly like, like talking about also like CRG, community, like the need to invest in civil society is really critical at this moment. So all I want to say is like, please use the QR code, scan it, read it, and I hope it's going to help your advocacy. And our call for action is like for high income countries and development banks to work with Global Fund to continue supporting and increase TB financing. Thank you.
Thank you, right on time. All right, thank you, Latselem. Sean, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Sean Palmer from IAVI and the TB Vaccine Advocacy Roadmap, or the TB Vax arm, speaking in my capacity as TB Vax arm right now. It's really great to be here to just update you all. I'm sure some of you are familiar with our work, but update on some of our TB vaccine advocacy efforts this year. It's been quite a busy year for TB vaccine advocacy. We've seen some really transformative changes in the declaration when it comes to vaccines compared to 2018. And we're pleased with the progress, but I think as other speakers before have said, it's not enough. And so first of all, just kind of what have we done so far this year? We've been working, well, the TB Vaccine Advocacy Roadmap works with various different civil society organizations, TB survivors, nonprofits such as IAVI, to come together and make our demands for TB vaccine research and development and delivery. And, in the context of the high-level meeting, take those to our member states. We have developed specific asks for TB vaccines this year and worked together as a community to take those to our member states, as we all have been doing with our various demands. We've worked with community members from 7 different countries in a fellowship who led the writing of an open letter to world leaders earlier this year that many of you in this room signed. It was endorsed by over 1,200 people and organizations from around the world. Really great to see the critical mass coming behind TB vaccines right now. We really hope this is going to be a sea change for the field. But as I said, of course, not enough. The declaration, vaccines compared to many other areas is perhaps a bit stronger, but we still had to make various concessions on our demands. We've been calling for many years for TB vaccines to be available by 2025. That's less than 15, 16 months away. So time is ticking, but the declaration we managed to settle on preferably within 5 years. And now that is a target we can get to. And for this, we need to be reaching the 1.25 billion annual target, which is 10 times more than we've ever gotten for TB vaccine development ever. So, we're really up against a pretty significant increase here. And, we want to mobilize on the support to capitalize, on the support that vaccines are getting globally, make sure this happens. We're at an interesting time as well with the TB Vaccine Accelerator Council that the WHO is leading on. They met earlier today with various ministerial officials. We got a civil society member in the room as well, which, we really have been pushing for. We've been, making sure we're staying connected with the WHO to make sure that our voice is represented and that we can get engaged in that process. But this is really just the first step. And this is where everyone else in the room comes in. To get vaccines over the line, we really need to make sure we're all very clear on what we're asking here and what we need to do. Yesterday, IAVI, TB Alliance and FIND co-hosted a new tools R&D session, which was co-hosted by the Netherlands and Indonesia, and we had various high-level speakers. Great to see all that support, and what kind of came out strongly there was the issue of access and delivery. We need all the funding to do the research, but at the same time, we need to be thinking about the last mile. And sorry, I can't remember exactly who said this, but we need to be thinking about the last mile first, thinking about delivery and making sure that access is core to our efforts as well at the same time. And earlier this year, a few months ago, Wellcome and Gates committed $550 million to the development of the M72 candidate for the phase 3. Unprecedented, huge, but that's not enough. Firstly, we can't depend on philanthropies to get vaccines through the line. We've got a whole other host of candidates in development. We need more candidates coming through early stage, candidates that work for all populations, candidates that are going to be more effective, more accessible, not dependent on cold storage, single dose. All of these things need to be, brought together for vaccines to really have effect. And so we need to make sure that public sector are now getting behind and making sure that we have funding for the whole pipeline. And what we're calling for now is not just for governments to step up and fund TB vaccine development, but thinking more about the solutions for how they can do that. We've been doing some work on the different ways they can do this so that every country can play its part, be that through committing funds or providing research capacity, trial sites, and making sure access is ensured. And so when we're engaging with our member states and other stakeholders this week and beyond, we really want to be making sure we're thinking with a solution-oriented mindset here. What are the ways member states can step up, not just giving money, but the ways they can come together multilaterally together to provide joint support to get vaccines over the line. And everyone's support here when we're talking about vaccines and for TB R&D as a whole is going to be critical, so that we're thinking of innovative ways to fund vaccines. We hear, innovative finance gets thrown around a lot, but really making use of these things moving forward. If you want to learn more and get engaged with the group, it's the TB Vaccine Advocacy Roadmap, TB Vax Arm. Speak to Priyanka or Robin or Quentin, they'll point us in the right direction. We don't have a QR code, I'm sorry. But TB Vax Arm, and you'll find us. We're always here to provide any support for anyone who wants to get involved. But thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And then Luchika?
Presidents, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Malawi, DRC, Nigeria, Botswana, Nauru, and who sent me this said Marshall Islands, okay. These are the presidents. Prime ministers, Haiti, Fiji, Mali, St. Vincent, and St. Kitts.
Good, good. I think we have to hear from It's Time for 5. Yeah, yeah, of course we want. Ooh, yeah, very equipped. I'll let you know when.
Oh yeah, sure. Thanks. Thanks, Quentin. So hi everyone. My name is Steen. I work for MSF, Doctors Without Borders. So as Lucica said in the beginning, I mean, we have a whole list of issues with TB. Huh? We have the kids, we have counseling, we have gender issues. I think we all agree we have also an issue with access to diagnostics, right? And diagnosis, as you know, it's the entry point of care. I mean, we need to know exactly if TB is there, what resistance, before we can put someone on the right treatment. This is not so obvious in the countries, as you know, about access to diagnostics. Oh yeah, thank you, Steve. So out of the 10 million people with TB today, every year, 40% cannot reach diagnosis, which means they cannot access care. For those who can access diagnosis, you may know, for some it's a long journey. So for some people, it's more than 3 years before they get on the right treatment. Why is that? Because they still have to use microscopy, for instance. 50% of the people who are diagnosed with TB are based on microscopy. This is just unacceptable today. I mean, it's a technique more than 100 years old. It misses half of the people who remain undiagnosed, who get sick, who could die, who spread the disease as well. So this is just unacceptable. There is the GeneXpert test. I think most of you have seen a GeneXpert in your countries, are aware. This is a fantastic test. It's a super sensitive way to detect TB in a person, but also it can tell you whether it's resistance to rifampicin, if you have the TB rifampicin cartridge, or even for XDR TB. It's a fantastic test. The problem is that very few countries can buy the test they need, right? We are aware of countries who can only buy with their Global Fund envelope, for instance, or plus the domestic funding, only half of what they would need. This is, of course, not acceptable today. So we started the Time for 5 campaign years ago to ask that company, Cepheid, who is owned by Danaher, hey guys, I mean, we need this test more used widely. Can you please make it more acceptable? Because they entered the market in 2010 at $10 US. Until yesterday, it was at $10 US, right? Which means we have seen the volumes. The countries have used it exponentially way, and the volumes have gone up. In a normal, healthy market, you would see a price reduction, right? If volumes go up, cost of production go down, you should see that in reflecting the price. Cepheid has refused that over the last 10 years, right? In 2019, we started the campaign. And because we are leading up to the UN high-level meeting this coming Friday, last week we said, okay, we will scale up, right? And we invited TB communities, all you, TB activists, John, who joined the campaign, to really do an upscaled effort, let's say, to Danaher, to Cepheid, and say, hey, this is just not acceptable. We want to see a price reduction so that countries can buy more of your tests, so that more people can be diagnosed in a correct way and be treated. 10 years, and then yesterday was the day that we finally, after 10 years, have seen a price reduction of this TB rifampicin cartridge. If you missed the news, if you missed the news, it came from 10 to around a little bit below $8 US. It's a 20% reduction. It's not the 50% we wanted to see, but it's at least 20%. It's more than what we have seen over the last 10 years, which means our countries can buy more tests with the same budget, right? So that's good news. Thanks. First of all, thanks to all the TB community, all the activists. John, thanks to you. Please send your thanks to your community, the Neufighteria. I mean, they are part of the community now. So send our regards, send our thanks. And question now is, are we done yet? I wouldn't think so, right? 8 is good. I hope we can see lower, right? If they do what they should do. As I said, we also have the XDR cartridge, right? Which we still pay 15, so $15 US. That's double of what we will pay for the TB-REF Ultra cartridge. That's still a lot, huh? So we will keep them accountable because they also committed in their statement. You may have seen that. If not, we will happy to share that they will do an at cost sales, which means for high burden countries where we all work, they will sell the cartridge at cost without a profit margin. Of course, that's easy to say on paper, but I think we all have to take them accountable that they do that. Not only for the cartridge, which detects TB and rifampicin, also for the XDR TB cartridge. If they do that, I can't believe they produce this test at 15, the XDR. So that's not possible. So the work continues, mainly to keep them accountable for their commitments, hopefully to remind them that we also have the XDR cartridge, that we also want to see a fair price. My 5 minutes are up. It's time for 5, sorry. So thank you, everyone, because this has been a long battle. We made it. So let's continue the work. Thank you. Oh, and there are posters after the session. Feel free to pass by MSF colleagues, and we have posters for you that you can take home to remind also your communities that they have supported this Time for 5 campaign. And we needed all the voices. So feel free to grab some posters after the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Then we have fast track the cure with Louis. Louis, do you want to come up or do you want to sit down? Up to you. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Okay. So thank you. Again, Fast Track the Cure is all about our lesser pills, lesser treatment duration, and hashtag 6 months max. Am I looking at the video? So before we talk about the Fast Track the Cure, actually, I want to talk about how this all started with my engagement. In 2020, I was approached, of course, by a Global TB Alliance on the introduction of this new novel regimen. I was amazed and also jealous because it only happened in 2020 that all of these shortening of our drugs is now happening. And of course, no more skin darkening, no more vomiting, no more panic paranoias. All of these medications are now going to be transferred to this one. Just what do you call this? Still there are side effects, but not like what I experienced back then. Of course, I was introduced to the concept of the being part of the partners in my country, the Philippines, the LIFT TB Philippines, leveraging innovative, faster treatment. And for the first time, I got respect from my own country because of this project. We were introduced to all of those who are from the research team, those who are from the operational research TB-MAC groups from regions 1 to 11 in National Capital Region. And what I offer them is, I want to, of course, teach the community about this new novel regimen, but we have to teach first the old regimens, because up to now, the Filipinos still does not know about the free medication, the 6 months DSTB, the DRTB from 9 to 18 to 21 months, and the ITR, individualized treatment regimens. And because of that approval of Global TB Alliance, we were able to create our own materials, the IEC materials, information, education, and communication materials, which is on YouTube. And we were able to provide shows on a weekly basis regarding all of these 32 videos that we created in 8 dialects. The Philippines has 187 dialects, and I had to start where the operational research was located. It's basically trying to look for ways on getting impact from the locations of these OR sites and make sure that they can be the reference for our government to scale out all of these researches being done by the OR sites. And after the OR sites enrolled 103 Filipinos, even if there are a few of them who did not survive, still, it was more than 90% that this new novel regimen is able to treat, able to cure. And on this 2023, during the reporting and review of all of our 12 TB-MAC partners, we are able to finalize what needs to be the system. But after that, we went to all of these regional visits, and up to now, not all of them knows about the new novel regimen. So here comes the Fast Track the Cure campaign. And I'm very happy because, of course, we are with 3 other countries, with our partners, GCTA India, where I came from back in 2013, from SCDI Vietnam, and also KNCV Indonesia. And the 4 of us, we would do all of these monthly calls with Robin, our boss, and we would be able to do all of our digital platform creations, all of our initiatives, how social media should be used, because in my country, 73% is using Facebook. And in the way that we created this kind of noise is very effective, of course, with the situation that nobody likes to talk about these diseases. And when I went to around the regions, I noticed that there are a lot of problems that's going to be coming our way in January 1 because of the new law, that everything will be fully devolved. All of these TB, MAC, OR sites will be taken out. And all of the needed laboratories, baseline laboratories, monthly laboratories for the new novel regimen will have to be done near the patient's place. But when they went around the mayors, they have no means to support it. So it's like, not this year, we already finished with the budget. So what do we do with January 1? Everybody's going to be using this new novel regimen already. And for them, let's just see. And another thing is Global Fund is reducing in my country also, from 200 nurses to just 121 nationwide. So what do we do with this situation? So I really hope that with this Fast Track the Cure campaign we're doing, there's just 4 of us in this team for the meantime, but all of you are invited to also do the campaign, because the new regimen is just 6 months from 21 months, 24 months that happened to me. Now it's just 6 months to 9 months, but still the monitoring for myelosuppression, QT prolongation, optic neuritis, and all of these other problems will still have to be ADSM. The regimen is good, but the monitoring is not prepared. The enabling environment is not there. So I'm hoping that in my country, we won't have to deal with just all of these DRTB cases, that they're just putting them in this hospital in Manila, just letting them die. I hope that does not happen next year, when all of this health programs will be redevolved. So thank you for the opportunity to be your spokesperson for the Fast Track the Cure campaign, and I hope I was able to serve. Thank you. And also, please pass around.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, and excellent timekeeping. I'm very proud. Blessy, do you wanna tell us about those stockouts in India?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's not very easy, but I think it's important. It's the high-level meeting this week, and we've all been talking about TB, and yet the country with the highest burden of TB, highest burden of MDR TB, we have been experiencing complete stock out of MDR TB medications. And this is not the first time it's happened. It's happened in 2014 as well, when we had a little bit more space as civil society and communities to raise our voices. We had immense support from our global partners. In 2014, at the Union Conference, our colleagues, it was difficult for us from the country to say anything, but our colleagues actually went up to the stage when our Secretary of Health was about to make a speech, grabbed the microphone from his hand and said, "We don't need to hear your speech. Go back to the country and make sure our brothers and sisters get the medications they need so that they don't die." That worked wonders. We went back to India, and every other day, I was getting calls from the Joint Secretary saying, "Madam, the drugs have reached here. The drugs have reached there." And I'm like, you don't need to report to me. Just make sure that the people who need drugs get it. Why am I saying this? The space for civil society in some countries, including mine, is getting smaller and smaller. any kind of dissent is being labeled as anti-national. I have been told many times, go to Pakistan. That's the reality we are living in. But what is even more discouraging and disappointing is all of you, our brothers and sisters, have not raised your voice. And I think this will be a great failure if we don't say anything. I'm not expecting anything from WHO or Stop TB because they are politically, they cannot say many things. But we, as the communities, we can say it. Those of you outside the country can say it. For the past year, we've been alerted that this situation was going to happen. And then in May, when the oversight committee went on their review, they called us back from the state saying that 0 GeneXpert cartridges in this state, bedaquiline, only a few more doses, clofazimine, cycloserine, linezolid, the 3 most important drugs for MDR-TB, complete stock out. Mumbai, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Delhi, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Nagaland. I mean, these are states we have evidence, we know the numbers, but they're almost all the states are going through this. And we find a way. We reach out to GDF and they came on board immediately. They moved heaven and earth to ensure that some amount of clofazimine reached people. Every day I get messages. Last night, 2 a.m., a sister of a 19-year-old boy with MDR-TB called me. She didn't know I was in a different time zone. And she said, my brother hasn't had drugs for the past 1 week. And the last 3 days, nothing. Will he die? What do we answer? So I think it's very important for us to not lose our focus. We reached here on standing on the shoulders of the people who are affected by TB in our countries, promising that we will raise our voices. And yet we have been silent. Those of us who are on boards, whether it is Global Fund, UNITAID, Stop TB Partnership, WHO Civil Society Task Force, we cannot remain silent. If we are scared, then we shouldn't be there. We shouldn't be representing people. If we are not willing to take their concerns to the ears of people who can make a difference. The latest article was published today in one of the leading English dailies, Times of India. I just got it now. And the response from the TB survivor group to that article in Hindi said, ending TB by 2025 is not possible, but ending people with TB is possible. And that's what is going to happen. That's a very strong statement coming from a TB survivors group. Most of them are just, high school graduates, very poor people living in poor parts of the country, but doing their bit on a daily basis. So I really want to challenge you today with your hands on your heart. Please raise your voice. The only thing that has come up is the 146 campaign. 2 days ago, extremely strong statement. They can't do anything to me when I go back because I say, who is 146? I don't know if they come to arrest me. But you can say it because you're not in the country. And there was one more, and there was also an offer from GFAN that we will sign a letter together. So I'm saying we've been on this journey for a long time. We've received a lot of funds in the name of communities. Let's do our bit. And I have a message for John Green. My younger colleagues said, if you're in the same room, light a lighter in front of you. I said, why? They said, he will know what it means, so I'll try and do it. I don't know how to even. So I've done my bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blessy.
Response, but in what can be efficient on the plea that Blessy just made, because India is not going in an easy way. And as we said, there is no leadership here. And this is not linked to the lack of drugs. I think it's a policy of the country in how to adopt these things. The lack of drugs, as far as we know, is due to some failed tenders repeatedly. And as you rightly said, we offered from GDF to step in, and the country approved just 50% of drugs to come from GDF, which we delivered, but the rest never came. And this was not linked by bad performance of GDF, was the decision of the country. As a decision is now apparently to change the name of the country and to change many things. So it is a drama. We, as you rightly said, the chair of our board is the Minister of Health, but we wrote him because, okay, once you can be cute, the second time you say maybe it's difficult, but when you hear all these dramas, you cannot be like smile and wave. And we received the things that, you know, we said that it will come, that there are issues. I think because there is a point that there is a how to say, a torsion between the country internal policy in which, for example, the procurement, the country insists to be done from the manufacturers that are local, you know, so that's a policy that outside it might be very difficult to influence. But I also believe very strong what you said, that a collective push and letter signed by, you know, saying, you know, is not acceptable, especially the lack of drug-resistant TB drugs. That was our point. You know, you create XDR, you create basically bugs that are completely incurable, and it's a crime. So maybe a collective letter from the outside community, as we mobilized last time for 2,000 signatures in 24 hours, how long it was with Priyanka addressed, will make a difference. But I am very disappointed as well, because I had a lot of different hopes. And it worries also the fact that even engaging in international discussions around health seems to be of a different priority for the, you know, for India, and we don't know where it goes. But I think, as you rightly said, Blessy, it's a very proper call to make, and we should try and support as much as possible.
Building up on that initiative, the Hub would like to make a call for a volunteer to draft a letter of support, whether it's like, you know, something that will need to be run through Blessy and like Indian advocates. But can I get a show of hand of one courageous soul who has a bit more time than the Hub has in the next few hours? Don't want to call names, but I have. Thank you, Vidya. Wonderful. Yeah. So I have 3 more people that I've reached out. RD, you're next. Yeah. Or you come here, up to you. All right. Oops, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm RD from UPCASO, also from the Activist Coalition on TB Asia Pacific. Just to say, we all know that the world wouldn't stop after this week in New York. It continues, but with all the efforts and the investment that has been put to engage in the HLM's processes, like we're really at a junction where we need to reflect on what we got, what we didn't get. So for the Asia Pacific region, we've worked closely with the Stop TB Partnership. We have received tremendous support from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs through Initiative and Expertise France to have a whole process to support engagement, intelligence sharing, platform for, government and civil society representatives to come together to envision what they want to get out of the HLMs, not only for TB, but also for UHC and for PPPR. As far back as November last year, because we know that we have resources from CFCS grant, and then that got built upon with contributions from other donors. We were able to put in place processes, a roadmap for the Asia Pacific region. First was a civil society consultation process to come up with a position statement on the 3 HLMs and on individually. And then like another follow-up processes where we brought together civil society representatives with their counterpart from governments, including from the national TB programs, to try to convene a regional bloc from Asia Pacific that would be champions for human rights, for gender, and for equity and people-centered responses. And we were able to do that. And then support for engagement in these processes as well. But now with what we have and what we might not have as political declarations, we really have to ask, like, what lessons are these HLMs throwing us in terms of strategies, in terms of where we need to put investments and pressure for the next, for the next interventions and for the next years. So just to say that tomorrow for people, I hope not only for people who don't have anywhere to go, but watch out, the Lexington Hotel, there will be a series of, I think, fantastic side events that would happen. From the morning, it would be started with the GFAN / GNP Plus / others event from, I shouldn't promote this for you, but it's happening 10 to 12. And then after that, there's another side event that's going to be co-convened by Africa-Japan Forum and APCASO to talk about the left behind population when we talk about UHC and its migrants. So we would have representatives of migration network from academe, from civil society to talk about that issue. And then I think some flyers have been given away already, but please remember, and I'll give the flyers from registration is from 2:30 still at the Lexington Hotel, but the event officially starts from 3 o'clock to 5:30, and it's called the Asia Pacific Uprising, a region reaffirming and standing together for people-centered, equitable, gender just, and rights affirmative HLMs on TB, UHC, and PPPR. So this is a partnership between APCASO, Stop TB Partnership, the Global Fund as co-conveners, together with the French government and Activist Coalition on TB Asia Pacific and the People's Vaccine Alliance. So we would have representatives from the Ministry of Health, the Minister of Health of Indonesia would be speaking. We would have the Global Health Ambassador of the Government of France. We would have Luchika on behalf of the Stop TB Partnership. We would have Kate Thompson on behalf of the Global Fund. And of course, we would have champion civil society representatives from the region. And what we're trying to do really is to recall the process that we've set up in the Asia Pacific, take stock of where we are, where it actually, despite the efforts, like the crap that we still are facing, despite efforts of trying to get governments to put civil society in their government delegation, what have we got again, and what lessons are we actually? And it's also an opportunity to engage with some representatives from government that are also coming, and then again to already look forward to what happens, what should we do at the country level after in the aftermath of the HLM. So please join, particularly for Asia Pacific colleagues, but not exclusively. And we hope they will also still have intelligence sharing, rally calls for any last minute action that we could still take, especially given that the TB HLM would still happen the next day. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And then I think we have Honorable Mule with the Global TB Caucus. I wanted to make an intervention.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, my name is Honorable Stephen Mule, MP from Kenya, the chair of the TB Parliamentary Caucus in Africa and vice chair globally for members of parliament. First, count yourself, you have a voice in the political synergy, especially from Africa. With me, I'm with the senator from Cameroon. And then we have our colleague, MP MP from Namibia. He was in the houses, I believe. I want first to thank you as communities, leaders, and people coming from the grassroots. Yes, our colleague from Namibia, MP from Namibia. And we are here to put a lot of efforts for what you do as leaders from different constituencies. But I have two challenges which I need to pose to you as community advocates. One is that we are focused so much on funding, drugs, access, and everything. But we, as elected leaders, I can tell you there's a very big gap which need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed like yesterday. And that is how to get the accurate data from grassroots. And if you find most of the countries, we are relying on community health volunteers. And I can tell you for free, quite of high burden countries we have in the globe is that community health volunteers, or CHS, are not paid, are not given any support. They are volunteers. And I think as an advocate within the TB circle since 2013, as a member of parliament, we must raise voice on the community health volunteers in each and every country to be able to connect with the reality on the ground. There is no way out on this. I run a constituency, and I can tell you for free, these people does tremendous job, pushed or driven by the call of God, not call for money, not call for support, whatever. The second thing we need to rally behind, and we need to ask the probably leaderships within the countries, is that these community health volunteers must be trained with basic knowledge on how to get us data from the communities so that it can scale up to the national government for making policies. So my asking this time around is that how do we go back as a community to find a solution for the community health workers at the grassroots level? That will be very key and will have a lot of impact on fight against tuberculosis globally. Because if we don't raise that voice for those people, probably we are going to continue getting the wrong information from the ground. We are not going to be able to monitor what happens. And I want to thank my sister from India, what he says. Who oversights us as CSOs? We need to find a mechanism. Either we oversight within ourselves, or we find probably, let me put it, an auditor general for CSOs globally to track what we do, because we have a lot to do. And I want to say, I want to thank the members of parliament. We had a very good engagement in Nairobi. Quite a number of them, they have gone back to the high-burden countries or countries which they represented in Nairobi from Africa. And I want to say some of the countries have started making pronunciation towards the community health workers. Kenya, we have had the president and the county government saying that they will eliminate them. They will give them some support. We need more support for those people, because these are the people who go to where the rubber meets the road with TB. And we don't have a choice. So my calling, and I want to thank Luchika and team Stop Partnership TB for the support we have seen. But my challenge and my calling as a leader is that how do we mitigate that gap of the most lower cadre of the health sector who is never recognized anywhere? That is a person who will go and see that patient has taken drugs. That is a person who will come and tell you, oh, we have an infection in that home. At the end of the day, that infection needs to be picked and being put into the line of treatment. And I believe These are some of the gaps whereby are affecting us as communities, whereby we are advocating for TB. That is a very serious gap. So for me, I want to hear, and I know we'll be in the room with the political declaration. Luchika said it very clearly. We'll unpack it the way it is. But once we are unpacking it, let's make sure that we unpack it for the community health volunteers to be more accurate, give us correct results, correct information, and that information I know will help us as countries to make sure that even if my sister, they can't believe that we can't end TB within next 2025, 2030. We can make an impact to reduce the infection through the community health workers. God bless you. I wish you all the best. And I want to see all of you on Friday. We'll be there. And you have a political voice on this. May God bless you.
All right, the last person of my sheet is James, who I think is hiding behind the pillar. Yes, hi, James. Yeah, you have to come over, I'm sorry.
Make it short. Make it short. I was the advice I got. So look, I think just to say, I guess, thank you again, echoing the thanks that have been given already for GFAN, the Civil Society Coordination Hub, for today, but also all of the work over a lot of months. Like I think Quentin, Priyanka, Robin, Katie, a lot of this sort of efforts to sort of build a movement, you know, it doesn't, and the sharing to communications and information, it doesn't happen without all your efforts. So thank you so much. I think it's been interesting as well. I was reflecting while sitting there about some of the changes but from what happened in 2017, 18 in the lead up and this time around. And one of the things that really, I think, struck me was looking at the level of sort of community engagement, coordination, mobilization, and advocacy. And I think that it's something to really be celebrated, because I guess for too long we had a TB approach and a response that's very much biomedical, where sort of maybe if you're lucky, you have people with lived experience of TB get a seat at the table, but more to tell a story, and that's it. Whereas now we heard, like from everyone here, from many back at home, that it is now, it's much more than that. There is definitely priorities getting articulated. There's ideas around what does a human rights-based approach to TB look like? How do we end stigma and discrimination? How do we ensure access to quality drugs, services? And how do we build that demand to ensure that that best quality is there? We've heard from speakers today talk about diagnostics, and then it's time for $5. That there's recently been, you know, the campaign around Johnson & Johnson's pricing. They're sort of really strategic sort of elements. And I think that I just wanted to highlight that a little bit to say, I think as Blessy said, there needs to be that coordination and that sort of coalition and movement to respond to challenges when they emerge. But equally, we need to have those strategic sort of moments where we can drive the change in advance as well. And I think that, you know, I guess the point of what I was asked to comment on is around like the Challenges Facility for Civil Society. In 2017, there was a pot of about $500,000 for civil society and community organizations. Tonight, there'll be an announcement of winners, which will be for $13.5 million. So in 5 years, this has become, I guess, the biggest pot, the biggest mechanism to support civil society and affected communities, to support work on human rights, on demand generation, on building community networks, building capacity, advocacy, accountability, all of these important things. We've seen it develop and roll out tools around assessing barriers to access, on monitoring challenges at the country level and on overcoming these. And that's something that's, I think, critically important, because I know we talk about community rights and gender, or CRG, and the improvements and why this is important. Of course, you know, there's human rights-based arguments, and it's essential that people have a right to health, that people have a right to services, that people shouldn't be subject to stigma and discrimination. But also, and sometimes in a language that works better for TB programs, these are barriers that stop the TB program being as effective as it could be. So it makes sense in terms of policy, in terms of financing, and it will ultimately save lives. So this is, I guess, the key thing I would like to say is that we now have a mechanism which is building a movement. This is a movement that can sort of really drive global change, that can be leveraged for all of these campaigns that we've heard. It can respond to challenges that emerge. in countries like we've heard from India, but also in many other contexts as well. But it can also really play that strategic role to put pressure on Global Fund for financing, to continue to challenge manufacturers, but also to, I guess, hold programs to account. And this is the thing that I think is really important. So having something now that has grown to this level, to have this level of coordination, whereby we had, 24 countries where Challenge Facility grantees led dialogues in country with MPs, with national health programs, with academics, with other stakeholders. That was all being driven through this. It was the nice complementarity between the hub at a global level, but the real action at the country level. We have this mechanism. So I think it's something that's on all of us to sort of be saying, how can we ensure that the current funding gap that exists, even though we've gone from 500,000 to 13.5 million, a lot of these community programs, a lot of these unique roles that only community and civil society play remain unfunded. How do we close that gap? And how can we encourage more donors to come to the table, to join USAID, to join Expertise France? How can we get more countries to be there to do that? But also, how can we ensure that we have things like costed TB-CRG action plans at country level that can be funded through domestic funding as well, so that it's mainstreamed, that's normalized, and it's a sustainable model for investment. So with that, I think I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to engage. And yeah, hopefully we have a really strong outcome on Friday. And I guess, I think, as RD said, I think things don't stop this week. I think they start this week. And the Deadly Divide report, it talks about how do we close that divide between priorities and those realities on the ground. And I think that that's the challenge for all of us going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so thanks everyone. We're out of time for this session, so we'll move on to the author panel after this. Thank you all. We'll see you all on Friday. All of you that can make it to the TBHLM, we'll see you there. Robin will see you there. I'm not there. Priyanka's not there. Because we had the watch party that we're organizing. The address on the website, I forget where it is, but we're really excited. We got the space from the NYC Department of Health for free, which was really kind of them, because it's really a pain to get a space for anything this week in New York. So we hope to see any of you that are not able to be there in person. It'll be a chance to get together and still have that feeling of engaging, even if we can't be in the room because their roles are horrible. Moving on, I want to give the floor back to Robin to guide us through the next session.
All right, and I'm just going to hand it over to the one and only Kate O'Brien and Louis.
Hey, thank you very much. Should we set up or yeah? Louis, you want to come up with me? Or you? All right. Do we want to have our author panel come on out? All right. And guys, if you I hope I see a lot of you at the viewing party on Friday. I'm going to be there. It's going to be cool. You'll get to hang out in Queens, like LL Cool J, Nicki Minaj, 50 Cent, all from Queens. Some of my favorites. And Louis and I are super excited to be here and to moderate this panel with you guys. A lot of you guys are pretty infamous, so maybe you guys might all be familiar with everyone at this panel, but we'll do intros anyway, right? Right, Louis? Yeah. All right. I'll start. So my name is Kate O'Brien, and I had tuberculosis myself. I was treated in this city. I was born in New York. I lived here, and I got TB. And was treated here. And I want to welcome you all to my city. I love it. And and I'm with a group called We Are TB. It's all people who have been personally affected by tuberculosis in the United States. TB anywhere is TB everywhere. And I just want to mention that again today. And I want to thank you guys all for being here. Louis, do you want to?
Okay. Should I stand up?
Yeah, well, you can if you want.
Okay. I want to show my cane.
Yeah.
Okay. So something I forgot, the cards that we were actually passing around, that's the QR code of our Fast Track the Cure campaign. Just scan it and then please put your name so that we can actually see your pledge on our landing page. So thank you. Again, I'm Maria Eloisa Zepeda-Teng. My friends call me Louie. I am the president and founder of TB People Philippines. I am a former architect and a policy analyst, and I went blind because of tuberculosis meningitis back in 2007, and I have a husband, he's there, and I have a 10-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son that I never saw. So thank you so much, and I hope we can get background information for our authors also for your motivation for creating that book, their books. Yeah.
Great. I'll just briefly introduce myself. My name is John Green. I'm a writer, not generally about tuberculosis, but also a TB activist.
Hi, my name is Maria Smilios. I'm the author of the book, The Black Angels, and it came out yesterday.
Hi, everybody. My name is Handa. I am the author of Stigmatized. I'm a TB survivor and TB advocate. And on Friday, I'll be speaking at the UN HLM.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vidya Krishnan. I wrote this book. It's been out for a year now, and I'm excited to be here.
Thanks, guys. So Louis and I, Honda, you know, we use our personal stories a lot to drive advocacy. You know, you hear a lot of cold facts and figures when you're trying to talk about the scope of this disease. And sometimes you want to go big, you want to mention these big numbers, but you also want to go small and you want to mention an individual's personal story. And I think there's a lot of power in that. There's a lot of people in the room that I know have been personally affected that share their stories. So a lot of what this panel is about is this power of storytelling. And I was kind of wondering with you guys, you know, you all are using kind of personal stories in your advocacy, in your books. So I was wondering if you guys wouldn't mind sharing maybe a story that resonated with your readers, Honda, a part of your personal story that maybe resonated with your readers that you might want to share today. Who wants to go first? All right, Vidya, thanks, babe.
I love telling stories, and with this book, I was everything in this book is so I can tell what eventually became chapter 7, which is the story of this teenager whose family had to move court and sue the Indian government to access bedaquiline. And she eventually died, and it became one of those things where you pull at a thread and everything else like unravels from it. And that's what you see in these pages. But about the I'm just so excited to see these 3 books here, which would not have been possible even a few years ago, which is new data, new stories, very specifically, you know, not tangentially as TB being a sidekick to HIV, but TB as a central story within public health. And what I find really assuring is that with literature, I feel like it's such a cure to the reductiveness of science. You know, I cover public health, and there's so much targets and numbers and statistics, and everything is lost in that. And there are people whose stories just completely get anonymized. And with these books, what I feel is happening now is, you know, science, I feel like, has to be organized to impose order on chaos, whereas literature loves chaos. Like in this book, I start with the history and go into Dracula and go all over the place before coming down to what the situation in Mumbai, in the slums of Mumbai right now is. And I feel like we are at a point where we are seeing, like, literature allows us to see the one in the many. And we are seeing some sort of a merging of this was happening during HIV crisis, where there were so many powerful stories that you did not constantly need evidence to convince people to do the right thing. And I feel we are at that kind of a tipping point with TB. I hope I am right. We are getting a full view of the mountain from a distance. And I hope all of these books, I hope this literature moves people and governments and doctors to do the right thing. I'll let Handa add to it.
Thank you. Yes, so writing this book and sharing my story about TB is probably the most brave thing I've ever done. Because 12 years ago, when I was diagnosed, everybody was saying, shh, just be quiet about it. Don't tell anybody. That was the response. And imagine being 15 years old who has full of bright hopes and dreams. And then all of a sudden, everybody's shushing you, right? Like my doctor saying, do not tell anybody because otherwise you'll be unworthy of marriage. Do not tell anybody because you'll be labeled, you will be ostracized in schools, right? So just having that experience and 12 years later, just, you know what? I can't, right? Like, because there's so many little girls, so many little kids who are already being shushed and then internalizing it. That's the worst part for me. Internalizing all these voices, all this having TB means you're inferior or all that nonsense. Those little kids who have no idea, internalizing it and believing that they are actually somehow inferior. That's for me like the worst nightmare. And that's something I went through myself and I do not want it to happen to other people. So that's why I decided to speak up and shared my story. And a lot of my readers reached out to me resonating because it's when it comes, TB is a very specific case, but let's say disability or mental health. There are so many other aspects in the society where people shush you. And so for a lot of people, that silence, that shame that comes with sharing something that should be spoken up about resonated the most, I would say.
Storytelling for me is a way to bring people together. And I want to piggyback on what Vidya said and what Honda said, because this book is a collection of stories, very human stories that had been buried in the annals of history because nobody cared about the people who went to Seaview Hospital, which was one of the largest municipal sanatoriums in New York City. It opened in 1913, it closed in 1961. And nobody cared about these nurses who took care of these people who lived on the fringes of society and who, as Honda said, had been ostracized. And they were ostracized not only because they had a disease, but because people looked at them as they were second class. These were immigrants, these were African Americans, these were Bowery bums, these were everybody who the city despised, essentially. And so sometime in 1929, the white nurses who worked at Seaview started quitting, and the city needed to fill the ranks because they didn't want to turn loose thousands of TB patients. And so they called up Black nurses who couldn't find jobs because of Jim Crow. And these women answered the call. And so this story is a collection of the voices of the families of these nurses. It's oral history. Nobody kept any records. Nobody cared. It's the stories of the patients who were part of the first isoniazid trials. And it's also Dr. Robichek's son, who's still alive, told me a lot about his father. So I would feel so grateful to have been able to bring these stories together in this book. And I hope that, as you both said, that TB is talked about and people understand. A lot of times people said to me, you're writing a book about tuberculosis. Why? Isn't it cured? We have vaccines. And it's that same kind of, no, it's not cured. Yes, in the United States, we have access to medication. Not everyone has access to equal, health, access to, healthcare, but it is not the way it is in TB heavy countries. And when I start telling people the just cold hard facts that, 1.6 million people a year die of tuberculosis, they're kind of like, look at me and say, what are you talking about? They don't. So I hope with all of these stories and more stories that come out and with the advocacy of John, that TB becomes something that people say we can end it in the same way they had with smallpox and other diseases that had, become the bane of people's existence.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback on what you said, I think it's so important to tell individual stories alongside the statistics. When we hear from Blessy about an individual who's worried that she's going to lose her brother because he hasn't had access to TB drugs in a week. We understand that catastrophe in a fundamentally different way than if we just hear that there are stockouts and people can't access their TB drugs. In all three of these books, we see individual stories as a way into telling the big story. For Vidya, telling it's Shreya is her name, right? Shreya Tripathi. Telling Shreya's story as a way into telling the history of TB, and Honda's book, Honda telling her story as a way into telling this much larger story. And then one of the things I love about Honda's book and Vidya's book is the way they bring history and the present together and interweave them. And in your book, which is so beautifully written, the stories of these nurses and the doctor at the hospital are just so they're so powerful, and they allow us into bigger stories. And that, I think is really, really important, that we want to rely on statistics. Statistics are so important, but ultimately, like, we're human beings, we're moved by human stories. When we're proximal to suffering, we seek to address that suffering. And when we can create distance between ourselves and suffering, we aren't as likely to seek to address it.
Okay, so thank you again for the inspiration, motivation for the creation of your books. We would like to pass it to the floor if you have any questions to our authors.
Yeah, we'll take two. Who's got one?
Burning questions.
All right, Angie's got one. Can I hint? Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. It is really a big honor just to have you here. I just want to, maybe it's kind of a personal one, but how can you get those copies? I had a chance to get the stigmatized version from the TB people, but what about the others? So maybe if there is any chance to get it online or something.
And do we want to see if we have any other questions from the room? Yes.
So just to pick up, I guess, Jonathan, from your last point about the fact that I guess stories can be almost an entry point into a discussion to sort of link with data to and link the past and the present. I just wonder if on all of your reflections, how can we be more effective in TB to use storytelling to really captivate and I guess remind people, particularly in countries like what you're saying, that people in the US, there's sort of like, isn't it cured, isn't there vaccines? How can we do this, and how can we elevate the reach so that more people can understand and this can be a mainstream discussion again?
Thanks. This microphone's better, so I'm going to give you this one.
First, I'll just address your question, which is the question every author wants to answer more than any other. There's so many ways to buy these wonderful books. Bookshop.org is probably the way that supports independent bookstores the most, but you can also go to Amazon if you want to support Amazon. But they're all available at Amazon, but also at bookshop.org. As for the other question, I mean, I feel like I should hand that over to people who are doing the storytelling far better than I ever could.
This one. So, with India in particular, it has the highest burden of people living with TB. And one of the most shocking thing for me is that the book is set in Mumbai, and I spent 2 years living in Mumbai and reporting in it. And I was in a posh part of Mumbai by the Arabian Sea. And every morning I'd get in a cab and head to the slums. And in the evening, that particular year, I was in Mumbai for Diwali and Eid. And it was really shocking for me to find out that people of my class and caste, in my country, in the US, the discrimination is based on race. In my country, it's caste. And very few people knew about TB despite living in Mumbai. And this is, to me, such a stark contrast with the HIV epidemic in, say, in South Africa. People knew in the 90s that things are bad. And right now in India, more people are dying of TB than they were dying of HIV in South Africa at the peak of the HIV epidemic. And most people don't know because the government has literally, there is so much science denialism, there is so much misinformation. So what they've done is basically hidden a plague. That's what's happening in India. We were earlier talking about, we have rampant drug stockouts. We don't have an Indian representative at the HLM. So what can you do to amplify? I wish there was a simple answer, but I study sociology. My training is in sociology, and I look at it as a decadal, incremental, slow journey, much the way as it was with the HIV epidemic, that literature comes first, and then from literature you get whistleblowers and you get activists and celebrities, and eventually it builds its own momentum to kind of to have its own critical mass, to not, I guess what I'm saying is you don't have to do it because it's cost effective. You have to do it because it's the right thing to do. Unless we get to that point, like the moral argument of it has to get to that point. It's slow, that process is slow, but we in New York have to talk about the people in Mumbai. We earlier in this, the last couple of hours, we have celebrated a few things and cheered the few victories we had. One of them is, John Green came like a gift from God from somewhere and started, doing advocacy in a way that this community has not been doing. But the thing is, if the global TB program has to depend on John Green, we are in trouble.
Just to piggyback to that, spread the word that these stories, people don't know the stories in Vidya's book. People don't know Honda's story. People don't know this story about these women. And it's because of these women who are on the front lines for the first trials that we're all sitting here, and so if you could just tell people that there's a real human cost to tuberculosis, then they will begin to listen, and then somebody said you have to tell people like at least 2 or 3 times before they listen. So, tell people 2 or 3 times and they'll start to listen.
The other thing I would point to is something that is really a focus of Honda's book, which is stigma. And when people are shushing you, they're telling you to not say that you have TB. They're telling you to say that you, historically, people were often told to say that they had polio or even to say that they had cancer instead of saying that they had TB because it was so highly stigmatized. And, your experience, Honda, and the experiences of the other people that you write about in the book are so profound because it takes a lot of courage to stand up. As you say, it's the bravest thing you've ever done. And it's asking a lot of every TB survivor to have that bravery. And it falls to all of us, I think, to help reduce that stigma by saying, I had TB, I was treated for TB right here in New York City. By saying I had TB, I was treated for TB in Mongolia. I think that's a really important part of how we break it down so that people do feel more comfortable sharing their stories.
Yeah, 100% agreed. If more people keep talking about TB, it will get normalized. And also to piggyback on what you were saying, why people are not speaking about it, people who are influencers or not, why they're not talking about it also ties to stigma in my view. So how can we break that cycle? And I'm really, again, happy that someone like John Green joined this movement so that more and more people will start hearing this and gets more normal.
Thank you. I'd argue that stigma kind of extends overall to just the apathy we see towards a disease that kills this many people, right? All right. Louis, you got a question, right?
Do you have another book for the blind? Because I would love to hear all of these stories. So I hope it's accessible. But we would like to start off the questions to Ms. Honda. We believe that you'll be in the HLM this Friday. And so is it okay if you can share to our audience what you'll be speaking in the HLM? And how do you think we as your audience can support you in HLM and beyond HLM?
Yeah, thank you. I have this really great opportunity to be part of the opening speech at the HLM, and my main focus will be again on stigma, because in my view, based on my experience, stigma is a big part of the problem why we are not moving ahead. It is one of the big barriers to medical advancement, because when people are shying away from saying, I have TB, can you help me, to their doctors, how can we expect TB to reduce, right? if people are afraid of being seen outside TB clinics getting TB pills, and if they're afraid of their neighbors or their classmates or their coworkers, and they have real concerns of losing their employments, they have real concerns of being ostracized in schools, right? I'm not even talking about normal high school bullying, right? On top of that, imagine it, right? So I'm going to, my main focus will be on this topic, stigma, because I believe this stigma is part of the problem why TB is not moving forward. It's part of the catch-22 cycle. If you're not talking about you're not talking about TB because there's stigma. If there's stigma, you're not going to talk about it. How can we get out of this crazy cycle? And that's what's going to be my focus. And when people hear the word TB, they immediately think it's a medical problem, but it's a huge social problem. So when you advocate out there, please don't forget this stigma aspect, because that's a big part of the problem. So when you leading up to HLN, please tweet about it, hashtag stop stigma, hashtag stop TB stigma. And when you are there, also talk about stigma aspect as well. And part of it is also understanding what TB stigma means in your country, right? Because TB stigma might be related to marriage in Mongolia. It might be related to gender, right? It can have a lot of different aspects. So understanding what TB stigma means in your country, quantifying it, measuring it, and acting on it is really important. So just wanted to call you all to also focus on the stigma aspect, not just medical aspect.
Okay, remember the Handa's request, okay, everyone? Next, Miss Vidya. I heard about your book, Phantom Plague, and I believe you focused on all of the before and after information about tuberculosis. And we'd like to know how you did all of these research and what would be the highlight of your book.
Thank you for that question. How did I start my research? When I was the health editor of The Hindu at the time when Shreya, this teenager, took the government to court. And I'm not sure if you know, we have a right-wing government in India, and there was a lot of pushback on writing about tuberculosis. Things are so bad in India right now that it's a big global market. So talking about India, which is very well connected with airports, as this center of airborne respiratory infection, ruins tourism, ruins the market, just as a bad reputation for the country. So I was reporting about it like you do with a newspaper and 300 and 600 words, and none of it is enough to capture what's happening in India. And eventually I ended up in the slums of Mumbai. And I have grown up coming in and out of Mumbai without ever going into the slums. And I talk about Mumbai and New York, but what is true about these two cities is also true for every big city. The poor, the vulnerable live in subpar human conditions, where we saw it with COVID. We have respiratory diseases that are just boomeranging in tight circles before they just ricochet out, which is exactly what happened out of Wuhan. So how did I go about reporting it? I just spent a lot of time in the slums talking to this team of doctors in this particular, which is the largest slum in Asia, in Mumbai East. And it had this one building which had, this one building had 51 drug-resistant TB patients, which is insane. It's, I remember coming back and thinking, Erin Brockovich was made about something like this, where, you know, there were just neighbors, all with like a rare cancer. And our government is not talking about it. And the people who live in these ghettos, you don't find Brahmins or upper caste Hindus. You find lower caste Muslims, daily wage workers without job or nutrition, money for nutrition. And then Mumbai essentially is a city that is built on people mixing. It's a city of migrants. And so they go and they work as auto rickshaw drivers or lift operators. And so tuberculosis is just spreading. And all of my research, I had to file a bunch of right to information queries, which is Indian version of the freedom of access to information. And there is very little data from the government because again, the government is not forthcoming, but it still gives us the baseline lie of the Indian government to build on. Everything that you find in this book is just so hard for me to still reconcile because India is a pharmacy of the world and we pride in that. And I couldn't believe that the government dedicated a team of lawyers to destroy this one family. The girl was denied medicine. Her family went back to her village and the landlords said, we don't want tenants who have tuberculosis. The sister, the elder Shreya, died and her younger sister was thrown out of school because the school did not want the younger sister to be in it. And it's quite insane. I still can't reconcile what happened to this kid who spent her last years on earth just fighting this formidable bureaucracy and lost. And the only reason she did that was that more TB patients don't do that. And I guess my training as a journalist is just to bear witness. And that's what this book is. I bore witness to a very horrifying story that happened to this one family. And I hope Shreya's story, I mean, from that, very recently we had a patent, we had a small success or a big success from Mumbai. Yeah. So there are, the most optimistic thing out of it is TB survivor activists who are fighting. So, I mean, I don't think optimism is my brand, but I feel like the TB community I have not seen the community coalesce. I have been in rooms with way more smaller people 5 years ago, 6 years ago than we are right now. And all of that gives me hope.
That's great. Is this mic on? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I agree. We are the best part. So, I co-sign. But, it's interesting to hear you, talk about, Mumbai and New York. Because I remember like in 2020, I was, the Tuberculosis Department of New York, they always do like, a little report. We all do things on World TB Day, and they showed a map of the highest incidences of COVID in New York City. And the highest incidence of TB, it's the same neighborhoods. Yeah. Same neighborhoods. And it's connected to housing. It's connected to so many things. And while we're on the topic of New York, Maria, just because of your book, you're having a launch coming up, right?
Yeah.
So this is hot off the presses, guys. This book, we're gonna have. I want to thank. So you're officially like launching your book on the 23rd, right?
There's a small event. I grew up in New York City in Astoria, Queens. So there's a small event at my local bookstore, but the big launch is going to be in Staten Island where the story is set.
Nice. So you tell us more about this launch. I heard you're having a special guest.
I am having a special guest. So the launch is going to be, originally it was going to be at the museum and then more people registered. So the launch will be at the College of Staten Island on Saturday at 2:00. And the special guest is a woman named Miss Virginia Allen. She's 92 and she was one of the original Black Angels and might be the last living Black Angel. She is predominantly the reason that this book happened. I was a science editor and I came across a line that said the cure for TB was found at Seaview. The job bored me. I went down a Google rabbit hole. I found out that the cure was there and up came this article about this group of nurses called the Black Angels. And this woman, Virginia Allen, who at the time was 86, had just moved back to the restored nurses residence at the Seaview Hospital compound, which is now, there are 4 pavilions left, and she lives among the ruins. So she had moved back there, and it was this article about her homecoming, because in 1947, when she came up to Seaview, she was 16 years old, and she came to work. There was a nurse shortage, a worldwide, a nationwide nurse shortage because of World War II. And there was also a nurse shortage at Seaview. And so she came up and she worked in pediatrics. And tuberculosis is devastating for adults, but it is Absolutely. There's a nurse's logbook that describes what these children suffered. And I wish she was here because she tells her lived experience so beautifully, but because she's not, she talks about these children being abandoned and orphaned because they were stigmatized. They were ostracized from their families. Many of them came from the Lower East Side, families that came from Europe looking for opportunity. And what they found was tuberculosis and the slums of New York. And the kids got sick and they got dumped at Seaview. And Virginia talks about taking care of these children whose parents never came. The logbook talks about them, calling for mom and dad, and their rage comes out in all sorts of different ways. And so she will be at this launch, and I will talk about the broader story, and then she will talk about the lived experience. So yeah.
That's awesome. That's great. All right, so John hasn't had a question yet. I got one for John. So, John, it's been awesome. If you had any idea how many times your Instagram posts get forwarded to me, it's wonderful though. I don't mind. I love it. It's great. And you've had a lot of success recently with the price of bedaquiline. And I didn't, when we were writing these questions, we didn't even get into, the recent success with the testing, with the diagnostics. So when I have to say, it's very humbling for those of us who have been working in TB advocacy for a long time, and it's so great. And so I was just kind of wondering, I'd be remiss since we have you here, if I didn't get you to talk a little bit about your advocacy and why do you think some of these things have worked, and what do you think is next?
Thank you for that question. I want to be very clear that I have very little to do with these successes. I'd love to take credit for them. I'm an extraordinarily narcissistic person, but unfortunately, I just am not really the reason. I think the reason is years and years of advocacy of thousands, tens of thousands of people working together. And then, something comes to a head in 5 days and one person gets credit. And that's not the way we should assign out credit. The truth is that the TB activists in this room, folks at MSF, at PIH, at TAG, and all the organizations that y'all work with have a lot more to do with this than some newcomer on the block. I also I want to answer that question, but briefly, I want to say about Shreya. When I was first learning about TB, I learned Shreya's story from your book, and then someone reached out to me and told me that she was reading my book, The Fault in Our Stars, at the end of her life, that she was rereading it, and I feel pushed by her, for lack of a better term. And so I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I know that, and that's something I carry with me and feel very deeply.
You come to the book because someone told you?
No, I did not come to the book because someone told me she read The Fault in Our Stars. I just I was starting to learn about tuberculosis and somebody recommended that book to me. I think Dr. Carol Mitnick recommended it to me. And I read it. It's a beautifully written book. And then after I read it, somebody mentioned it to me. And I was really quite surprised because I'd been so moved by Shreya's story in the book. And then to find out that we had this unexpected connection was a surprise. I also just want to briefly say that since Maria's book came out yesterday, that this is her first book and that it is written with such assuredness and confidence and brilliance and the narrative structure of it is so sophisticated and good. It's truly, truly excellent. And I hope that you're really proud and able to just enjoy the moment. I think we had nothing to do with bedaquiline, so I don't feel comfortable even saying anything about that. I think it was a complete coincidence. I think it was going to happen anyway, and then it just happened when it did. Maybe we affected the timing a little bit. I don't think we had anything to do with it. with Danaher, I think we had a little bit more to do with it. And I think the key for us, I mean, one, it's a large group of people who are really passionate about tuberculosis. They're really angry about it. The injustice of it has been explained to them, and that it's not really, I think it's really important for people to understand that ultimately TB isn't in the 21st century caused by a bacteria. It's caused by social forces. It's caused by injustice. And it's the fact that 73 years after a disease became curable, which as Maria writes about so beautifully in her book, the fact that 73 years we're still here, we're talking about 1.6 million people a year. That is not about the existence of curative treatment or the existence of diagnostics. That's about human choice, human built systems. And that's terrible news. But the good news about that is that if we are the cause of tuberculosis in the 21st century, we can also be the cure for tuberculosis in the 21st century. And to me, that is what has motivated people, is understanding that we are the cause of this. We are the reason this is happening. Human choice is the reason that tuberculosis is still a part of our world today. But the fact that, but that also means that human choice can be the change.
Thank you. So we want to give other people a chance to ask questions too. I know Priyanka has one, and then you would like to, great. You can pass it.
Yeah. So my question is on behalf of the people who couldn't make it into the room or are not in New York City. Every day we have more people who are getting TB, but also are surviving TB and are just learning how to be advocates, how to tell their stories. And I just wanted just a sort of reflection, if you may, on how can these people, how can we tell our stories in a way so that the scientific community or the doctors would listen. We have a fantastic community and support is always there, and people who are already on the field telling their stories and using their stories as advocates are always there to support other people. But I just wanted to know if you four had any reflections or any pointers for people who are just starting that journey of putting that pain behind and retelling their stories to make a difference.
Yeah.
Priyanka, first of all, it should not be someone who's dealing with this wretched disease should not also have the burden to teach other people about it. But unfortunately, that's not where we are. My two-bit radical idea is that, I'm just going to say it. I feel like we just need for people to be a little bit more ungovernable. You know, TB community, I find, is more polite and nothing like the HIV community. And there are characters like Larry Kramer with HIV. You have these legends who just behaved so badly and, were ungovernable. With TB, I feel like it's not on, what I'm going to say is not on patients or survivors or activists. We are just at a point in time where we approach activism in silos, disease after disease, as against looking at it as a global problem with right to health. And so cancer patients are fighting in their silo for trastuzumab, and TB patients are fighting in theirs. I actually am a big advocate for more anger.
Any other thoughts from the panel? All right, that was a good one, Lydia.
Yes, please. Thank you. And thank you all for being here and being part of these stories. We heard earlier today about the tuberculosis vaccine and the promise that the TB vaccine has and the new energy and excitement about that. At the same time, we're seeing increases around the world in vaccine hesitancy. As experts in narrative, how do we get ahead of that story so that when the TB vaccine is available and we are, trying to mobilize people to take it, especially, how do we find that? How do we tell that narrative so that we ensure that people who are thinking they're healthy, people who think TB doesn't exist anymore, that they accept that they look forward and seek out the vaccine and help make that really part of the solution that we in the community are so hopeful for. Thank you.
Anybody want to snag that? All right, Maria, good.
So one of the surprising things I learned writing this book was vaccine hesitancy has been around since the turn of the century. As a matter of fact, when this book began in 1929, the Commissioner of Health in New York City was trying to push the diphtheria vaccine. And there was a lot of pushback, and he started doing these mass mailings in like telephone bills and electric bills. That's not the way to go. I think what needs to happen is people just need to keep pushing the science and keep showing that science works. But again, it has to come through the human stories. People are, especially after COVID, don't want to see statistics. They don't, when we start looking at millions of people are dying and suffering from long COVID and turning a blind eye to that, the same thing happens when we look at other diseases. You know, people turn a blind eye. Oh, cancer doesn't affect me until it does. You know, TB doesn't affect me until it does. And I think the best way to do it is just to keep talking and you know, trying to quash the pseudoscience as much as possible and push the real science in ways that maybe we haven't yet touched upon. You know, how do we mix the human story with the hard science? Who is telling these stories, you know, and maybe it is people who have survived and have been affected. So that's just kind of my 2 cents on how we can go about like really pushing science in a world that increasingly keeps pushing back on it.
Oh, you want to? Yeah, I wanted to add quickly that we shouldn't also see advocacy, civil society as a separate thing from the main solution, right? If we keep acting as it's a separate thing, then it will stay as separate. So how do we push for having this mainstreaming of engaging affected communities in decision-making processes? Are there touch points? Maybe in universities, there are research papers. I've been more increasingly engaged in those research papers, for example, right? That's one touch point. What about policy making? When TB decisions are being made in ministries of health, is there like a community board where they could voice these things, right? So we need to start also looking for these ways to integrate mainstream into the normal decision-making process and not stay outside of it.
Yeah. I'm going to take a different tangent with this answer. I actually believe that it's not just TB or TB vaccine, there is this growing just insanity with science denialism. And the response to this question assumes there is this idea that if you can defeat insanity with calm reasoning, and that can't happen. That's just you know, you can't as if there is no malice in the other side. You know, when you keep repeating with patience that this is the data and this is the science, you're forgetting that you're reasoning with the unreasonable. And this is where I talk about, you know, we have to create good trouble. We have to behave badly and be angry because people talk. There was this review of my book in an Australian newspaper saying it's incandescent with rage. So some journalist asked me why so, and I'm like, why are you not angry? Let's talk about that. And I don't understand why we, on top of having a disease, on top of dealing with this terrible antibiotics and this toxic treatment, also have to be polite while arguing for a basic human right. So I don't know. We need to be more angry.
I'm angry, but yeah, if it helps. I saw one more question. I think that's what we've got time for, but I just want to quickly backpack on what Handa was saying too. Like, you know, a lot of times I think for TB survivors or people affected by TB and TB community, like, you know, there's a space for you maybe to get carted up in front of people and say like a sob story to make everybody, all the scientists, all the researchers, all the whoever's feel good about their work. And that's important and that's good. You know, you should feel good about their work, you know, whatever. And like, you know, but there really needs to be places like from the jump, from the start, you know, where people can actually make change and actually have, you know, a voice that an engagement that's really meaningful. And maybe that'll slow down the process. Maybe that'll make the process a little more expensive, but like, heaven forbid we do something the right way, for We Are TB, every once in a while I'll get somebody saying like, oh, this is like a first time we're having a TB survivor speak where, and they expect me to be proud of them. I'm like, how embarrassing for you. Like, it's 2023, like that you guys should, everything should have a board of survivors and affected community. It's just the way it is. It's just gross. Oh, Jackie, I want to give you a question, but I'm going to give this one first and then.
I'm Angela from Women from Global Fund. Thanks very much for the comments and the advocacy messages you are giving. I think that also it's more like a comment and like a general question, like if we only view like science and information as quantitative, then we're failing also in this kind of storytelling we're saying. And most of the community things come from the experiences and also perceptions. And that's also part of science in the methodology. So we really need to strengthen this kind of methods in which we use perception, storytelling, information from the ground, from our communities, from women that are affected specifically in the ground, to tell how they experience these needs and put those things into science. And how we do those things are also from community-led monitoring practices. So I encourage all of us to really work on those things and probably avoid thinking that science is only numbers, indicators, and quantitative data. And we need to advocate with qualitative data also, so we can do science, advocacy, and strategies for women-led organizations from the ground.
Thank you for that intervention. That was great. All right, last question.
Thanks. It's not a question. I just wanted to add on to, the same theme, because we've been talking about survivors and scientists, but I think the ones who are really in direct contact with us, the patients, are healthcare providers. And so I think there needs to be a connect there. I myself am working, like really pushing for that, and still not sure why there is that disconnect, like why stuff isn't getting translated to the patient. So, I mean, I don't know if there are healthcare providers here, but I think if we can find a way, and I know they are already so busy and so, overworked. But if there can be that, 10-second communication of there's this survivor group that I know about, blah, 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 maybe you want to talk to them, because I do think, personally speaking, that push right after, maybe still in treatment, but right after you start feeling a little bit better, you have that like drive and that like anger to like make a change. And if you wait a little too long, I think that can die. So I think that's like a gap that we may want to close a little more.
Yeah. Thank you guys for those interventions. I'm just a sucker for a good jacket, and Honda, this is like this, you're a contender for best jacket at this.
Okay, so I just wanted to quickly share a quick experience. My closest experience with TB was not directly a close experience, by the way, was in Ghana in 2017, when I attended the advocacy capacity building for TB advocates. That meeting is the reason why I'm here today, because that meeting changed my life. But let me share something that happened after that meeting. When I got home, I started coughing. And in that meeting, there were TB survivors in the room. And then when I started coughing, my close family members and people that knew that I went for that meeting, they're like, oh, so you went to interact with people that had TB. You guys are lying to yourselves that these things Chekamo. It's like, I'm from Nigeria, by the way. Chekamo, it's like, you don't get this thing. I'm like, okay. So, and then I kept coughing, but I was so scared because in my mind, I was like, do I already have this disease? But after a few days, the cough went away just like that. That was my closest experience. And that was part of what sank into my spirit. That fear is part of what made that fire in me to continue to burn. Like, so people actually even get this disease. So another experience I want to share is from my experience as an implementer of CFCS in Nigeria, DHDC Nigeria, community-led monitoring, One Impact. I want to encourage everyone here if you're not implementing CLM, please try it. It's the answer to ending TB. This is because CLM, One Impact in Nigeria, has brought us close to these people that are directly affected. Can you imagine being in a room with 100 people that are on TB treatment? That made me to respect the healthcare workers even more. Because I'm like, okay, I'm here advocating and building these people's capacity on their rights as people affected by TB. And I'm even scared of getting the disease, even at this level of advocacy. How about these healthcare workers that are with them every day? Honorable Stephen Mule said, these volunteers, what are we doing about them? We need to think more about these people. I have a dream to see a situation where, I don't know when it's going to happen, but on platforms like this, not one TB survivor, not two, not three. Let's have about 100 of them all together, standing. The more the merrier, to say, we had TB, we survived TB, all of them in one, and we'll shake the world. Lastly, I would say, because I'm also a strong advocate of the nothing about me without me, I want to see a situation, I would love to see a situation where people like you all on this panel serve as mentors. Stop TB, I don't know if there can be a mentorship program or something for TB survivors who would like to share their experience like this. Because through the One Impact, we see people reporting cases every day. We see families sharing their experience. Can we have mentors that can be able to put them through? Because we are from lower middle income countries. There are people that are not educated, but they want to speak. How can we help them to get their voices heard? It would be nice to have people like you mentor those kinds of people. I think it will be great if we can have a compendium of all of these stories from all of these countries that Stop TB is supporting, all in one, and then those kind of books are pushed. I think it would make a lot of sense. Thank you. I'm sorry if I...
Thank you. I mean, thank you very much. I don't know if anybody, what we were going to kind of do to end is to kind of give maybe one learning and one message that you guys have from, you know, your work. And that's kind of where we're at time-wise, because we want to give a little time at the end in case anybody has a book they want to sign. You know, we wanted to give a little time to that as well. So, I was gonna, that's just such a great, I feel like, wow, we could just end on that. But if you want to react to that, or if maybe you wanted to give your one learning and your one message to everyone on the panel. I kind of already said my piece, but I'm going to throw it to Louis if you want to, if you want to say anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I want to share because I'm very, very inspired by this creating your storytelling, because I want to share that my neurologist actually told me before, you need to keep using your brain because you still have abscess in and out of their brain. I will have early signs of Alzheimer's. I'm not sure of 50s or 60s, but she just asked me to keep creating your story, putting the diary while I was learning my laptop that talks. So I'm very inspired. I might continue creating my story before I forget. So thank you so much.
I'm very excited to read your book, Louis. That's really exciting. Please keep writing it. You know, the thing that I've learned from writing about, I've been writing about tuberculosis for about 1.5 years now. And I guess like the most important thing that I've learned is that, you know, a lot of this isn't new. The stigma isn't new. The dehumanization isn't new. The marginalization of sick people isn't new. But we can choose a better world. We are not stuck with this. We are not stuck with this world. We know that we're not stuck with it because we've seen the change over the last 100 years. We've seen it over the last 50 years, and we've seen it over the last 20 years. But we have to accelerate that change. We're on pace right now to end TB long after I'm dead, and I just refuse to accept that. I desperately want my main goal now is to live long enough to see the end of tuberculosis, because there's no reason why we should live in a world where 1.6 million people die of this disease. We know that we can choose a world where nobody does. That choice requires sacrifices. It requires difficult, of course, it's going to require a lot of investment, but we can make that choice. And until we make that choice, I think Vidya is absolutely correct. We need to stay mad.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think John put it really beautifully that we live in a world where we could end tuberculosis. And one of the things that struck me, and Virginia always says to me, is I can't believe I'm 92 and I saw what I believed was going to be the cure. These nurses worked themselves out of a job. The hospital shuttered. Isoniazid went on to cure tens of millions of lives. And by the way, it was free. There was no patent on the drug originally.
Wait, you can develop drugs?
Right. What a concept. Wow. We can work globally. But I just want to say that ultimately for me, what I learned writing this book is that this is a book of hope. And it is a book where women stepped up and when nobody else would, and showed us that in the end, ultimately, as Virginia says, all we have is each other. And if we don't take care of each other, then where are we going to end up? And so my hope is that in my lifetime, I can see, you know, if not the end of TB, like a grand movement towards the disease becoming eradicated. So, yeah.
I will say two quick things. One is I believe in for-profit sector, there is a dedicated user experience department, right? They engage with users or they receive their feedback and they incorporate it into decision-making. So we need to push for that type of engagement if we want to see meaningful change, right? Again, like what Kate was saying, like, I don't want to be put on panel to share a sob story and then make the organizers feel good about themselves, right? I should be invited because I have a valuable experience to bring, because I went through this horrible disease. I already was on the other side. I'm going to help make your research, your medicine or whatever it is better. That's why I'm here, not because I have the sob story. So that's the empowerment piece of survivors. And if we have that angle, I think we'll engage more survivors to come out to share their stories, right? If we keep saying, can you come and share how much you struggled? That's actually even de-empowering, if that's even a word, right? So just wanted to say that. And then last thing is, in this 21st century, having TB is embarrassing and it's mad. And even having stigma for it is even madder. I just like, it's annoying. It's like, what's like, how can you stigmatize someone because of TB, because of an illness, right? It's not their fault. Like, I don't know. So back to Vidya's point of like, let's be mad about both having TB and having stigma for it.
There is soon, and like COVID vaccine and like every other vaccine, what will happen is rich patients will get it and Black and brown nations will not, or it will take decades before it gets to the slums in Asia and Africa. So my one bit is that I really wish for some sort of a coalition, you know, some sort of a common between TB groups and HIV groups and cancer groups, because the bottom line is people should not be sick because they're poor or poor because they're sick. These two things just, this is embarrassing. It's a scandal that it's allowed to happen. And it's a scandal that we have a health system where the amount of money in your pocket decides the kind of line of treatment you get. Yeah. And stay mad.
All right, thank you guys very much. If you have TB and you're in the United States, you can talk to We Are TB. We do support groups in English and Spanish. And I would like to introduce somebody else named Katie for closing.
Thank you so much. And thank you to you and Louis for your excellent moderation of this panel. We thank you. It's always wonderful to have you both here. We do have very small gifts for our authors to thank you for being with us today. They may be small. Priyanka is going to hand them out, but they came with a lot of love and traveled from India with Priyanka. So thank you so much for your thoughts. And I can't tell you how amazing it was. I don't know that anybody specifically tried to answer your question, James, where you asked the question about what's the better way to communicate, to frame our thoughts and our words about TB. And I think you all just gave us some really great ones, right? We need to stay angry. We need to talk about how this is a created disease because we do have the tools and we have the experience, long-standing, personal of our stories and others in terms of what we need to talk about. So thank you very much for being with us today. Good luck on Saturday to you for your launch. And we do have these small little gifts to hand out to you. So thank you. And one more round of applause for our moderators and our authors. Now, just to wrap us up here quickly, some of you may be wondering why the strange lady who was pushing tacos on you earlier at the picnic is the person who gets the last word. But my name's Katie Kidd-Wright. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the director of the Global Fund Advocates, or GFAN. And we were privileged to host the hub that has worked so hard over the last few months to bring us to this point this week, where we have people ready with strong messages, sitting at the table on Friday and able to talk about why we must end TB. And I just wanted to say it's been my privilege to work with my colleagues, Quentin, Priyanka, and Robin on this work in the hub. And I just wanted to ask you to give them a really big round of applause and thanks for the work that they have done. They have really poured their hearts and souls into this over the last 10 months. So thank you for that. We do just want to quickly say once again, they've been thanked, but TB Alliance, thank you again for making the space, providing all of the support here. Thank you to the Stop TB Partnership for talking us through things and helping us to make the best sort of events and materials that we could over the last 10 months. And thanks to all of you for engaging with the hub, being on the calls, using the materials, telling us how to do it better, what else we needed to do better. So thank you very much for that. We do have some lovely light snacks that are out those doors over there. So yes, more snacks. So please do grab some. For those of you who are headed to this evening's cochon dinner, the celebration, you need to leave here by 5. Like, we would be remiss to not tell you that you need to leave by 5. It will take a bit of time to get through security. So good luck. So that's it. Snacks. Thank you to everybody involved in today. And for the work on Friday, go have some snacks and leave by 5 if you're going to the dinner. Thank you so much.